Good evening.
Whoa, that's really
Uh,
big sound you got there, Dan.
You want to?
Yes, a booming voice. You can hear me then, I hear. Hi.
Yes.
Good evening.
Whoa, that's really
Where would you like the audio to
sound
come
you
from?
got there,
It could
Dan.
either be there, or I could get you a headset, or I could get you. If Kate's going to be listening too.
I don't know if it doesn't echo. I think.
Probably because it's probably hearing the speakers.
Yep. What if you just make it for me, and Kate can put on her own earbuds or something?
So like, you want the audio to just come from the computer?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, click the little triangle next to the microphone there. A little up there. Yep. And then switch to on speakers, select Realtek audio, the fourth option. And then, Dan, can I have you talk for us again?
Dan, could you hear Justin? Can you unmute and say something?
Yes, go ahead. Can you hear me, Justin?
Yeah, that sounds
Can I have you
good.
talk?
I'm hearing some echo.
Dan,
Is
could you
that
hear Justin? Can you unmute and say something? Oh shoot, there's a big delay.
No.
That was just me saying.
I
that.
had YouTube on another window, so I just silenced that one. I think that was the delay.
Yeah. So you're not hearing an echo now, right?
Nope, I think it's perfect. So the YouTube is just a few seconds behind. So.
Yes. Yep. As it will be. So you already started the broadcast then?
I did. I wanted to make sure it's working. So good
Yeah.
evening, Jennifer.
Sounds good. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go check it in the other room. Anything else you need from me?
Do you want me, actually, Justin, should I pause it and then bring it back on again just to make sure that works?
You can certainly try it. Sure.
But it sounds good. It sounds fine.
Yeah, he's testing the live stream side.
Oh.
So I'm going to pause the live stream like we'll do for the closed session, and then I'll bring it back. So stop live stream. Okay. Looks like it's moving again.
Awesome. So that's exactly what you'll want to do during the closed session. And then the only other thing, and I mentioned this to Cecilia earlier, if you don't want Cecilia there, sorry, make sure that you can't see her in this meeting, in the Zoom meeting, nothing to do with YouTube, but have her log out of here, and then somebody will have to text her when to come back.
Yep. So I'll completely log out of Zoom when it comes to that closed session part. And then, Dan, if you would.
Yeah, I can text. I'll text you. Sure. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. I think we're good.
You're all set?
Yep. Thanks, Justin. Looks like it's working.
I'll stick around until about 5:05, 5:10 if you need something, but otherwise, good luck. You want more light?
Yeah, thank you. I could probably turn on my own lights, but.
This is the super bright light. There you go.
Thank you. Okay.
I have to figure out how to be on Zoom while I take notes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
This is challenging for me.
I've got a few screens going here too, Jennifer. I'm trying to, because I'm wondering if it makes sense to share my screen because we have such a nice digital agenda now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
Then our pictures become smaller, which maybe that's okay. I don't know. I think I'll do a mixture. Let's see. And I'm actually trying to see how I can do it without kind of going into my inbox because that's where the file is. So I don't know. Like I have a PDF do you know where the Word, Cecilia, where that Word file is stored? It's not. Is it in the folder? The January.
The Word file of the packet, essentially.
Yep.
Joelle did send it in her email that was this morning.
When I try to open it in a separate window, it's spinning. So let me just try something.
Let me just dump it into the board folder. Would that help?
Yeah, if you do, that's what I was just going to check. So the 2022 January, then I think I can just open it there, and then I won't be referring to my email. I don't want something to flash up on the screen people didn't want shared.
Yeah, I will download it now and pop it into the board folder. Okay, it's called 2022-01-24.
Okay.
And
I don't see it. I don't see it yet.
just refresh your
Okay,
board
refresh it. Sure.
folder. Yeah. It,
Oh, yeah, 457. That should be you. Yep. Okay.
yeah. And then
Got it.
I kind of hate to say this, but Joelle apparently sent. Oh, never mind. It's nothing. Okay, it's possible that when we get to the strategic plan SMART goals section, if the link is still wrong, I thought Joelle fixed it, but if the link is still wrong, I will share my screen for that.
Okay.
Because I'm just getting an email from Joelle.
Yeah, I couldn't get the SMART goals to work either.
It might have been she had maybe grabbed the wrong link. Hi, everybody.
Hello, I think so. Here's Cody. 5. I think we're expecting 7 tonight. Is that right? Because Michelle and Maggie cannot make it, correct?
And Michelle said she might be able to make it
Okay.
because we switched to virtual.
Okay, great. We'll give folks another minute. Probably trying to find the Zoom link. But Jennifer, you think you'll be able to keep up with notes?
So
That's
I hope so. Thank goodness I have that. Is it Iya or Aya?
Yeah. Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
great.
Good.
So I can fall back on her if I get slow. So yeah.
And I gotta believe it helps to have these recorded, where in the past, right? If something was missed, it's missed.
True.
Now you could just hit rewind a few seconds, right? And
That's true. Yeah.
okay, here's Sydney. I thought I. Okay.
Thinking of starting to record the finance meetings for the same reason, so we can go back and check if anything was missed.
That's a good idea. Yeah. And I just got a message. Hold on a second. All right. Let me see if I can have one person looking for the links.
I'm going to grab more water. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you got just a minute. I'm going to send this to this person.
Hey, Dan.
Yep.
Sandy, I have Sandy on the phone. She said she's locked out of unmuting herself or starting her video.
Should I kick her out or and let her back in?
Yeah, yeah. And why don't you just leave and come back too, Sandy? That would probably be a good thing to do. Try that. Okay, let me know. Bye.
Sydney, you can hear us okay? Great. So, and Lisa, just checking your mic. You okay?
I think so.
Yep, sounds perfect. Great. So, okay, I got one person coming in now, and then let me just make sure the last.
Michelle says she's still in the waiting room. Do you think
Yep, I got it up top here. Thank you.
Mhm.
Michelle is.
For Dan, you have a lot to manage tonight.
Yeah, it's actually and then Sandy's back in. Yeah, it's probably a bit much for me. We did talk about, would it make sense to swap around some of these roles just because it's kind of hard to keep track of everything. Welcome, Eric and Sandy, you're on now. I can see you clearly. And Michelle, welcome as well. So we are live streaming. So I think why don't we go ahead and get started, because I think we have an action-packed evening tonight. So give me a second. I am going to try. See if you guys can do this all right. Is it sharing the workshop agenda?
Yes.
Okay, good. Then I don't plan to leave this up the whole time, but at least just to talk through. So welcome everyone who's dialing in from home on YouTube. Thanks for bearing with us on this virtual one as we kind of navigate what we're going through here. Recently, we have 3 topics on the workshop agenda here. So we have Exec Director hiring update, and Ms. Anderson will help us with that one. Employment agreement language, Ms. Staj will help us with that one. And then we have finance training. So we'll try our best to get through those 3 topics in an hour. So I won't take up too much more time. So maybe could I switch over to Ms. Anderson?
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you so much for having me. It probably won't take 15 minutes to kind of talk about this, but I wanted to go through the day at MSA schedule so that the board members knew kind of what their roles were and what the expectations were. Is it okay if I just share my screen so we can look at the schedule?
Yep, sure.
Okay, Dan? Okay,
of course.
Thank you. Oh, it's disabled, so I can't.
So I might need a quick lesson here. Hold on. How do I give permission for that? Oh, and here's Jeff. Welcome. Let's see. So participants, is it?
Going
Yeah, I think it's for in participants,
Yeah, I think you
or
can.
it could be private.
Otherwise, if you're okay, I can share, but I need to figure out how to do this anyway. So I can put you in a waiting room, but I don't see how I can give you.
If you just want to share it, it's fine.
So
Yeah,
the
that
day,
might be in the settings.
the day at MSA one, is that right?
Yep.
Yep. Let me open that up and I'll share that. Welcome,
Otherwise,
welcome, Jeff.
if you can hear me, in your toolbar at the bottom to the right of live transcription, you should have a ... more, and you click on that, it says settings, and I think from there you can say
Mine is on my more, the only option I have is stopping live stream. So I'll just share it for now. I'm going to let that one keep. So let me share. Lisa, is this the one you're looking for?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you
Okay.
so much. Yep. All right. So the day at MSA has a couple of kind of purposes. One of the main purposes is for the board to see interactions between the candidates and members of our community. So hopefully that you can be there from around 3 until the end, which probably will be around 7:30. I know not everyone can, and I know that maybe for teachers it might be hard as well to be able to get out of your class at 3 o'clock. Although we do have some money for subbing, so I'm not sure that we can find 3 or 4 subs all for 7th hour, but that's one thing that we can kind of look into. There is money available. So the candidates will probably arrive around 12:30, and they'll both mostly be kind of in that, not the best place, but really the only place that we have to have them in that teacher lounge in the basement. And then we'll have a tour of the school by some students. And so I think that there'll be a Google form to kind of solicit some students from the staff. And then they'll visit 2 classrooms. They'll visit 1 middle school class and 1 high school class. And they'll just kind of be observing just to see what students are like at MSA, to see what the classes are. And we'll send out a form to ask teachers if that will work for them. And they'll just stay in 1 class for high school and 1 class for middle school. Then they'll have a break, and then we'll have an interview with the student council. I believe that there are 6 student council members who are interested in being part of this interview process. And I just sent them all the stuff yesterday. So I'm going to be meeting with them this Friday during advisory. That interview process will be in room 202B. So that is Miss Elber's room. And so we're hoping that the board members can be there around, 3 o'clock, a little bit before that, just so that you can observe how the candidates interact with the students. I think that's an important element for us to see. And there aren't a lot of other ways for us to really get at that. So hopefully you can be there. You won't be participating at all, but you can at least, hear how they kind of respond to the student generated questions. And we'll have a variety of different types of questions for them for this time period. And then there'll be a little break, and then there will be a staff forum, and that will be upstairs in room, is it 302B and Mr. Swenton's band room. And so that will be with all of the teachers and the staff. And so then the teachers and staff will submit their questions ahead of time, like on a Google form, just so we can make sure that there aren't duplicate questions. And hopefully all of the board members can be there to observe that as well. And then later that night from about 6 to 7:30, we'll have a community forum, and Miss Levitt will host that. And then the community can ask questions. We kind of are not sure how well this will actually work, kind of like thinking about COVID. Hopefully we'll all be back in person. And I'll kind of send out a Google form to try to solicit interest to see kind of a tentative RSVP so we can see how many people plan to attend and if we can allow everyone who wants to attend to actually attend that community forum. But we'll also give people a chance to turn in their questions via email so they can do that ahead of time. The community forum will also be live streamed. So everyone in the community, if we cannot attend because of COVID numbers, or if people just cannot attend for other reasons, they would still be able to watch that community forum. And so hopefully the board members would be there as well to kind of see those interactions, see how the candidates, answer questions, all of those kind of different elements. And this really provides the candidates with an opportunity to see what our school is about and what things kind of bubble up to the surface through the course of some of these interview questions. And so they can kind of see if it's a good fit for them as well. And then we will also allow the MSA community to participate in a Google feedback form after the end of that day. So people, you'll be getting some feedback. You'll have your board interview February 24th. So that will be the following week. So you'll get feedback from the community after seeing the community forum, and you'll get feedback from teachers after, the teacher forum too. And you get feedback from those, any kids that watched any of this, and then those 6 kids too. So you're getting a couple of different layers of feedback prior to the actual board interview on February 24th. So I just didn't know if there were questions. I didn't know if you understood what the expectations are, or, I sent this to you, but I didn't really have any questions or anything. Yeah, Annie?
Yeah, a question for me is, this is still on the 15th, right? So nothing's changed, even though we did push along. It's still on the 15th, correct?
Right now, we're planning to have it on the 15th. So we do have some interviews this Thursday. And so there potentially could be changes, but right now it's planned to be on the 15th.
Lisa, I just had a question. I think it would be nice if we could limit the board members only to the numbers that are allowed, right, at any one time. So I don't know if we want to post that it's like a public meeting, or if we want to just put like 4 board members at a time at any one time, just so that we don't have a quorum. That would be my only comment, because I think it's great that you're offering that we can come in and observe, we get some more information, but I just don't want to have like 5 or 6 show up and then we break any rules, right? So.
Okay.
It would be fine just listing it as a public thing. So then any board member who wants to attend, even if it's only for a portion of it, there might be some overlap, but I think it's fine just to list it as a potentially public meeting. The community can go too. And I don't know.
I think that would be the easiest if we can just say this is a public meeting. I don't think we plan on making any decisions. It's more of an observation and questions. So I don't see any concern. I just want to make sure that we follow the rules. Yeah. So.
Well, it's really up to you how you want to post it. So, I think that if you're not making decisions, you're not working together to talk about these things, then it doesn't really count as a board meeting. But if you want to just be careful, you could certainly do it either of those two ways.
I'm fine if, Lisa, if you want to, if the public is able to come and observe, is that true? Are they able to?
Well, the public won't be coming to the student interviews, and the public will not be coming to the staff interviews.
But I think the only time we just can't discuss business. If you have more than a quorum, or then you can't discuss. You can go to like with graduation or a basketball game. You just can't be together discussing business. But I think making it an open meeting is fine.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, really, that rule is if we happen to show up at a non-public thing and no one knows that we're kind of in the room together, that is the biggest, risk. But we're actually going to be in a room where everyone sees us, and as long as we don't engage, because I would like to actually, observe a lot of this stuff. So, although now here's the tricky part: if you make it a public meeting, I mean, I just want to make sure we don't have any other implications of people wanting to be there when we're trying to protect against, COVID and all that. So kind of gets a little tricky.
Yeah.
And I mean, we don't want to be like, if you make it a public meeting, then do we have to take notes? Do we have to take attendance? All of those other things as well. So making a public meeting just implies a lot of other bureaucracy that if that's what you want to do, that's totally fine. But then, you have to figure out how to make all of that work too. Or, I mean, maybe we can just do a poll and see how many, not right now, but do a poll and see how many people are planning to attend. Maybe it won't even be a problem.
And we'll stay away from each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I think just as long as we're clear, as tempting as it may be, we're not supposed to be discussing candidates and trying to, you know what I mean? So it's just our own feedback and learning. So.
Right. Yeah. And I'll put together some of those elements that you should be looking for, just so you can kind of think about them. Just because like maybe as a parent, you might not be thinking about this with a student interview or, some things like that. And you can take whatever notes you want, but just maybe a couple of things to look for.
Very good.
So Lisa, are all the candidates going to be together through the whole day? Is that what we were thinking?
Yes, on this day, they'll be together the whole day. They'll be traveling together. They'll be in each of these interviews together. At the day of the board interviews, then you'll have 3 separate interviews, one with each of them.
Will we be doing what we did last time, where they'll be doing other things when they're not being interviewed? Or are they just coming in for their interview?
Yep, because all the stuff they kind of did before, we're now doing on this day instead.
So yeah, Lisa, I think it would be good. Why don't you, if you could just send something out to the board and ask, maybe if people have different work schedules, what's their availability and the hours that they think they could come. And then we can take a decision then if it looks like we're going to have 7 or 8 people, we can decide how we want to manage that.
Okay, because I would think that probably at the panel discussion, that would be the one that would be the hardest to, like, at the first one, if like no teachers come to the first one, that's pretty easy, right? But as we kind of go through, we'll have to think about it. So, okay, but I'll do that. Sounds good.
Okay, good.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Any other questions for Lisa? All right. Thank you for the update, Lisa. Much appreciated.
Yeah. Have a great day. We'll see you later.
Yep. Next up, Ms. Daj, I have you on for employment agreement language. And I know you had some files you wanted to share, so it would be good if I could figure it out, or else if they're in that folder, which I think they were.
They are in the board folder. There's a folder called workshop materials. Also, I consulted Justin before he left, and he said if you go to share screen, which is the green box at the bottom center of your toolbar with the arrow going up, if you click on that, it might give you the option to give all participants sharing abilities.
Okay, so let me stop sharing and then see if that changes what I got here. Share screen.
Does it give you choices?
I got an advanced, the basic. Unfortunately, no, but let me see the green arrow by it. Okay, here we go. Multiple. Okay, here's advanced sharing options. Here we go. Multiple participants can share simultaneously. Nope, all participants can share. There we go.
There you go. That's right.
Who can start sharing? I'm going to just say all. Okay, you guys behave yourselves. You have sharing privileges now.
Okay, so then I will share. Are you seeing?
I can see
map?
it. Yep.
Okay, so I just wanted to share three things with you tonight, three documents, and they're all in the board Google file in workshop materials, in employment agreements, in case you'd rather just look on your own. But before we kind of get into this first document I wanted to share with you, I want to let you know that Michelle sent me the documents you've looked at in the past in terms of employment agreements, and that they've been rejected by the board. And so I consulted with Eugene Piccolo, who is the executive director of MAX, Minnesota Association of Charter Schools. And I also consulted with our lawyer, Jim Martin, and they both said the same thing. And I don't think it's what some of you want to hear. Charter schools are by law at-will employers in Minnesota, which I think you all know. And the agreement that we have right now looks more like a traditional teacher contract with a start date and an end date. They both said what we should have is something that is an employment agreement, which starts when we hire someone and has no end, and makes it clear it has no end unless the employer or the employee determines that they want to sever the relationship. And so they suggested that type of an agreement to keep the at-will language or status employment terms pure and clear. So when you have an end date, it muddies the water. So I wanted to show you that on this document from Max that's called Charter School Employment Relations, a primer. If we look at the section called Employment Relationships in Charter Schools, I will scroll down to that. Max says, as an organization subject to Minnesota's general employment law, that's statute 181, employment in charter schools is defined as at-will employment unless the charter school board of directors decides to enter into a time certain employment contract, or a group of employees decides to form a union, a collective bargaining unit. So,
Hi, sorry to butt in. Do you know where,
hang on one second. Robotics next door. If you scroll down in that same document to see what the heck a time certain employment agreement is, it would have a start and end. It's similar to at will, but it has a start and end, and it's different from at will. So if we wanted to have start and end dates on our employment agreements and have them look more like the contracts that we have right now, we would have to vote as a board to not be at will anymore and instead be this. So it is quite different. Eugene also said sometimes Max advises a school to spend more than one meeting, up to even a year, really talking about the pros and cons of these kinds of employment agreements. Now, an at-will, all three of these things, so an at-will employment agreement, which I'm going to show you in a minute, or a time-certain employment contract, they both have the same, like, we're still obligated as employers to follow all the labor laws and all those things. So our going with at-will completely and purely doesn't remove us from our responsibilities to follow laws in terms of employment and termination of employment. But I wanted to show you this primer because I think it's really helpful to understand the different terms of employment, and also to understand how what we have right now muddies the waters on at will because it has that end date. I'm going to switch to the next document. So this is just a little bit more information on at-will employment. And I think that, you know, you probably know the reason behind that at-will employment in charter schools is because you don't always have 100% control of the budget or, you know, your revenue, and you may not be able to afford to keep someone and you may have to let them go mid-year or something. That's mainly why we have it. And charter schools, when they were formed, the idea of not having the burden of those collective bargaining units and all of that entails leaves everyone freer, teachers and administration freer to act. This is kind of the background on at-will employment, and they include this in their course 300, but we still have to have an application, an offer of employment. We still have to have employee handbooks, which describe the teacher pay scale and describe the benefits, things like that. So at-will employment is never a defense in claim of unlawful termination. So that's important to know. Finally, I'll show you the proposed employment agreement draft. So it's a, you know, it's got a date of offer. It's got clear language around, let me make this bigger, sorry. Clear language around the employment relationship, that it's at will. You have the right to terminate the employment agreement, and MSA has the right to terminate the employment agreement. We also can reassign in order to meet the needs of the school. This does not, even though this letter like has a start but no end, but it's not intended to convey entitlement to continue with MSA. And then the compensation is put in here. The benefits are described initially in this, and then thereafter they're updated either in a memo to the employee or just in the employee handbook. So the idea is this is the thing that gets signed once, but then beyond that, it's just sort of communication from administration to the employee about their new salary and then any changes in the benefits. So I had a couple questions still for Jim about how to handle certain things like in our handbook and things like that. If we went with something like this, I still would want to get those questions answered. But this is what I came up with.
So Cecilia, I can't remember if you actually opened up with this statement. Did Eugene suggest that one is better than the other for a charter school, or did he just kind of comment that ours really wasn't well written and he wasn't sure what we were trying to do?
He did suggest that by far an employment agreement such as this, he even would refer to it as an offer letter. I know sort of original old school charter school folks call those offer letters, but now the lawyers encourage us to call them employment agreements. You do have the employer and the new employee sign, but he said by far it's best to be really clear that you're at will, and you do that best with a pure employment agreement that has a start date but not an end date. So he just said ours muddies the water, and I've had other lawyers comment that ours makes it look like it's a more of a contract like districts that have unions have, you know, with the end date.
Yeah, but I guess my question is not having to do with our original document. It's what do we want to do? Do we want a term type agreement where we're willing to commit, or is it better for us to leave it open because, you know, we'd have to change kind of our outlook too and how we hire because, right, every year we have kind of this review and submission of names to reoffer a position. So that's going to, of course, have to change a little bit. But
I guess,
I mean, essentially what we're trying to do is we're deciding between flexibility, supposed flexibility, or certainty that we're going to have a teacher hopefully finish out at least a year with us.
I don't know that having the time certain, okay, so the time certain one that I shared, let me pull that back up again. What is that called again? Time certain, okay, that is where you can add kind of a penalty for a staff member leaving before the end of their contract. So that is the benefit of that. We haven't had that, or we haven't put that into place since I've been here, which isn't that long yet, obviously. The board would have to vote to be time certain. We would lose our at will, you know, abilities to do that. So we can't just keep what we have because we're essentially having two kinds of employment agreements, and we have to pick one.
Right.
So.
And I'm not asking my question very well, but really, which one does Eugene suggest would be most appropriate for charter schools?
The offer letter. The
open-ended.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. By far, he and our lawyer both said this is the type of agreement you should have. I like it for two reasons. One, because that's what's recommended by the people who know. I mean, our lawyer is an expert in employment law, and then Max has been around, you know, Eugene's been around for a long time and knows this. But I also like it from a practical standpoint that reissuing new contracts and having people come in and sign new contracts every year is very labor intensive, and we don't have an HR department, you know. Oh, Cody's got his hand up.
Yeah, so under our current policy, at the end of the year, the board votes to reissue contracts to everybody. So if we went to at will, the contracts wouldn't expire, and we would more have to decide on if we're terminating anyone's contract at the end of the end of the school year. Is that basically the main change there?
I believe so. I guess I would want to look into it a little bit more to make sure, but I believe so.
Okay.
I think one of the thing first, I've never used Zoom before, so I don't know how to raise my hand. How do you raise your hand?
There's a button that says reactions.
Reactions. Raise hand. Okay.
No, Eric, we turned yours off, by the way, so don't worry about it.
And then when you're done, you have to go back and lower your hand. So if you raise it a
Okay.
second time, they know it's a separate thing.
Well, Jeff, then I'm just going to interrupt every time. How about that?
Go for
I was
it.
going to say, I think one of the other things on the flip side, I think all of us that have been in hiring situations have hired people that we wished we hadn't hired. And I don't mean that in a critical sense. When I think about the role and how important the role teachers play in our kids' lives, the opportunity, if we do make a bad hire, to fix it sooner than later, I think would be really good for our kids. So it gives us that flexibility as well.
And Dan, I don't know if you want, Michelle's hand is up, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, if you want, I mean, I can certainly go ahead, Michelle.
Okay. And yes, I understand. I think the thing with Max is there's a reason that they give the description of both things. And at will is better for the school HR. That doesn't mean it's better for the school. If you look at this contract, it says that they can at any point change a teacher's job. So I could be a 0.6 financially struggling when I already make less money than other schools. And I just have to eat it. Like that's all I get. They can reassign me to a discipline that's not my own. It isn't my expertise, to the detriment of my students, despite how hard I would try. I'm not going to I love chemistry, but Annie, I think you're probably going to be better at teaching that than me. So the conditions of this are the reason why we asked to look at the time contract, to try to find a way to make the contract less muddy, but actually have some element of support for the teachers and to get away from the bureaucracy that is plaguing teachers in many schools. So looking at this, we have the benefits in there, which is great, but they can terminate you with or without cause. So they don't have to actually have a reason to fire you. They can reassign you for any reason. This takes away any kind of support for the teachers that we have. And our contract for term can still have things about review, and that there are ways that a teacher may be terminated prior to their term. And there's a process for it. So as a teacher looking at this, this would make me feel unsupported.
So I just want to make sure that I jump in here, because most charter schools have this employment agreement, because you would have to vote as a board to not be at will anymore, to have the time certain kind of agreement. We at MSA and all the charter schools that I know of in the state still do teacher evaluation, teacher coaching, teacher mentoring. Like, there would not be any intent on the part of this administration to take away any supports that we have in place for teachers. You know, I think the charter school law had lots of reasons to make it the law that charter schools are at will. There are only a tiny number of exceptions in the charter school world in Minnesota to having a pure at will labor agreement like this, or employment agreement. So I just wanted to make sure that no one got the idea that changing our terms of employment would take away any support that we have in place and any tools that we use to help teachers improve.
Andy has a question.
Yeah, I do. So with this contract, just you're having it extend out to, until both decide not to be employed, or vice versa. I'm just wondering, like, how do you know who's coming back then? Like, is there like something built in, like, let's say early enough to find good replacements for them? So if you're never checking in who's going to contract and who's not, is there like, we would have to have a separate thing to make sure that happens, correct?
I think that would be smart to have a request that teachers let you know by, April 1st or something, if they're planning to not return. You are right that in the time certain one, there is a requirement that they let you know. You can withhold some funds or something. I don't know exactly how those work, or how often people actually put those monetary consequences into place for an early, I don't know how effective that language is at keeping people. I would love to think it was effective. I'd be halfway tempted. We had some late resignations that really just kind of added insult to injury. Let's see. Cody has his hand up, and then Jeff.
I just wanted to voice that if we ended up going with that timed one, I'm afraid that people seeing that language about having a financial penalty for leaving early may turn away good candidates. So if we went down that road, I don't feel I would want to support that part of that type of contract. I also would the part Michelle put concerns about changing of positions. Can we reword that part where position changes, it's it has to be approved by both, or with certain protocols? Because it sounds like the way it's written, it could just happen. You get a call that morning and say you're doing this now. Did I phrase that well?
Yeah, I could sure find out if there's different language there. I do think that that kind of language is pretty common in lots of terms of employment, and it's pretty rare that extreme things would be done to staff,
Jeff, you had another question?
Oh yeah, just two final comments. And it's interesting to hear both sides of this because listening to Michelle's comment through the document, you know, she's correct. All these things can be done without, you know, review. And I mean, it is at will, no reason given. And if our only response to that is, yeah, but we would never do that. That to me is not very strong, because if we would never do that, why do we even put the clause in the first place? So we have to be very careful in how we decide that, because we are showing our intent by the words and how we trust or don't trust our teachers. So I think that's more Michelle's point. Then the final question would be, do we need to do anything now? What is our timeline? Is our intent to implement something, say, this year, or the timeline is so short that would be, in fact, impossible to do?
My request would be that we take this up for action next month so we could get moving on the handbook and, you know, knowing what hiring is going to look like. But it's really up to you. I would say I could find out a little bit more about the time certain, like what typical board actions look like then, and what are the pros and cons of that time certain contract. But I will stress to you that the charter school law says charter schools are at-will employers, and almost all the charter schools in the state just have pure at-will. In fact, the other thing that I should mention is most of them have passed board policy that says they're at-will employers. And I forgot to pop an example in, but I can share examples. Some of the oldest charter schools in the state have those. If we were to choose to go with the time certain one, I would want you to know the pros and cons of that, and I would want to know. I don't actually know, and my understanding is there are very few of those in the state, but we would want to pass a policy that says we are that, and that would tie our hands. We would no longer be at will, so that would tie our budget hands, and who knows what else. So, you know, I can come back with more information for you, but it would make sense for us to decide if we wanted to take action. Maybe the whole staff need to have this information. I don't know. It's really up to you to say what the next steps are.
All right, let me chime in if I'm not on mute. So I think this is our responsibility as the board to get this sorted out, right? I mean, so we have a question that's causing confusion, right? Because we cannot have both, is my understanding, right? So we have both right now as written, so we need to decide. I think it's a fair question, Jeff, if we're ready, but I don't want to keep kicking it down, because if you recall last year, we had the same discussion and it took us a little bit too long to come to conclusion on this. So I like the proposed plan, Cecilia, that we come back in February with a recommendation that the board can vote on. And there is probably going to be no perfect solution, right? We have to choose one or the other, and they both come with pluses and minuses. I like the idea that this at-will one helps from the administration, right? In terms of not having to kind of re-administer each time. And then I think, Michelle, your concern is a fair one. And I think it comes out of maybe mistrust. I don't want to say you, but I mean, if you don't trust the administration to do right by the staff, let's say, then there's of course anxiety about having, you know, like something written in it that anything can change. So I think we need to get to a spot where we can trust that everyone's doing the best interest for the individual as well as the school. And how do we get there? I think that takes some time. But so yeah, if we can agree as a board, let's make a decision. That's what we owe the school, some clarity on this for the staff and students and teachers as well. And I also, my last comment, I like the fact that we're still going to continue to review teachers. Eric, you mentioned, you know, hey, if we have a bad fit, it's no fault of that teacher or the school. It's perhaps just a bad fit, and that needs to be addressed either through coaching or through finding another solution. And I think we need to have that flexibility as a school. I don't feel comfortable with, you know, keeping some situation in place just because we made an agreement. I don't think that's fair to anyone, students or the staff.
And that's not what I was suggesting. Actually, I was suggesting we do want to do it this year. I was asking Cecilia just to make sure it was possible to do it.
Sure.
And if we do it, I mean, we have to think about timing, because if we handle this by the next board meeting, I mean, I presume we're going to want to run this by staff and whatever. So it shows up at the next meeting, fully prepared pros and cons for discussion, rather than, oh, we've decided, what do you think about it? I want to hear the pros and cons.
And the contract. I mean, I think we would want to have the actual employment contract review.
Yeah.
So is that fair?
Yeah, and I would also chime in that last year, and I know some of our present members weren't here last year, but when we did go through and look at the pros and cons of term contract, and our staff meeting notes have it, and our board meeting notes have it too. But one of the things that was put to the staff was like, do you, pros and cons for the two kinds, which type they would prefer, and whether or not they would be willing to sign a term contract with the penalty in there and the sort of like loyalty kind of thing. And that was when there was the most resistance to was the, that the penalty for leaving. But I would be interested in seeing complete versions of both, and potentially a version of this one. Because I mean, and again, it's, Dan, I will correct you, it's not distrust. It's not a distrust of our specific administrators. It's me wanting to have a contract that actually reflects self-interest. Everybody has the right to have their employment agreement have some degree that will benefit me. And I understand that I receive payment, and I absolutely love my students, but I'm also still a person, and I have a budget. And if I find out that I'm being, my FTE is going from 1.0 to 0.6, that's not good. So it's, there is an element of commitment there too. We're committing to working much over 40 hours a week. I think the return of giving us a full school year dependent upon review and whether or not I'm like egregiously terrible and, tearing up everybody's assignments in front of them or something like that. I don't do that. But you know what I'm saying? From my perspective, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's not about distrust, but that language is in there, which means it can be utilized. The same reason why we passed the staff can give PTO days to others, because if you don't have it guaranteed that you can, then you can be told you can't. So it's not like active distrust specifically of Cecilia or her team. They're awesome, but
sure.
Just
Cody, maybe last one. And
well, I just wanted to throw out here. So I know I have 15 minutes for board finance training. I could move that to next month if we feel we needed that 15 minutes for this conversation, or do we think we're done?
I just wanted to say thank you to Michelle. I think that was very well said. So thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that.
I guess the question is to the group. Cecilia, do you have what you need to come back in February? And then are there any other questions for the proposed plan?
I have what I need to come back in February, and I would just add a 2-second comment that teachers who work under a union contract also can have their FTEs reduced. So that's not unique to an at-will.
But this will get vetted. This will get vetted through the staff, right? Both options, and then just maybe even an informal poll, just so we come back saying, okay, most people like this, and so that we know for the board meeting, basically what's out there.
And then can the poll include an option that says neutral? Because sometimes not responding doesn't mean you're neutral. It just means maybe you ran out of time.
And I would like to, if we did the time contract, I'd like to see them to discuss penalty or not. If the penalty is a deal breaker for them for a large number of staff, I'd like to know that as well.
So I have a process question. I think we're kind of wrapping this up, and Cody, we've got 14 minutes left. If you're okay with, we could start with that. I missed one topic on the exec director hiring, and Ms. Anderson maybe is still watching, but she can't comment as easily. One comment that would be nice now is that we could bring back in the administration a little bit in terms of the questions that we ask. And so I guess in the past, one of the things we weren't sure on was, how many of our current administration was going to apply for the role. And we have a better clarity now on that. Ms. Anderson's group is going through and seeing who's applying and who's not. So I guess one of the things I'd like to just throw out to the board is it would be nice to have somebody from the administration also part of the vetting of the next administration, just because at least I can speak on behalf of myself. I'm not an administrator, so I don't know the right questions to ask on what's a good qualifications there. We can ask general questions, and I think we all can do that. But just want to throw it out there. I'm happy to follow up with Lisa separately because I missed the question to her from before. But if there's any strong arguments for or against that, I'd like to propose that we go back and add in some administrators just to make sure that we have them either observing and or during the questioning process that we have on February 25th. I guess concerns, questions. This was not, it was on agenda A and I missed it. So.
I mean, I'd like to think about that before responding to you. So just to let you know, I'll email you separately.
Okay. Questions, comments, concerns?
I would, I guess, just ask Lisa's opinion on it. I'd trust that.
Sure. But I think I want to hear the board's opinion too, because I think we're the ones that need to hire, not maybe, we've asked Lisa to lead this effort. And I think we need to give her that feedback as a board to say, here's something that we think we may have missed before. And I missed it because I wasn't sure if 2, 3, or all of our administration was going to apply for this role. And if they did, it doesn't really make sense to have them ask questions. Now we know that not all of them are applying. So I think some of the ones that are not applying could be an asset for us. That's the question. But something to think about. I'm okay. You guys get back to me separately. I just didn't want to have a discussion or decision offline. So, okay. Then Cody, can I switch it to you for finance?
Sure. We got 10 minutes. I'm going to do a very abridged version. It's very similar to what I did last month or last year. So hopefully, and then the new members would have recently had their trainings. So this was a quote that was shared when I did my finance training, and I really think it's important for us to understand. Not every board member can be a financial wizard like me.
Cody, can you pause for just a second? Lisa wants to get back in. Can I just,
why don't we push this off till February? Because we did it last February, so we're not needing to necessarily get it done this month. So why don't we push this off to February and we can finish our talk with Lisa?
okay, let's see if we can let Lisa in. And hello, Lisa, can you hear me? Give her a second. Hello, Lisa, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hey, sorry, you must have been watching YouTube, yeah? So we have, I had a question that I have on my list that I forgot to ask while you were still on, and that is, can we involve the administration more so now that we know who's applied and who hasn't in the interviews, the day at the school, these sorts of things?
Well, it would really, yeah.
So I think.
Hear you.
Okay, yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
So I think what I would do then is I would ask Cecilia if you could just figure out the best way to be involved in the next stages of the process over this next month or two, right? Just so.
Well, I would like the board to make a decision on that because the hiring task force made a decision that they felt like it wasn't appropriate at this point because of the people. Well, because kind of two things, because of the people who were involved in the process already. And then also we're, 6 months into the process. And so I know that there are 2 candidates or 2 people on the hiring task force who hire at a bank and they hire for an entire community. And they're like, it would be very difficult to bring people in at this point after we've been on this trajectory for 6 months and we're into some interviews. And so they wouldn't be able to see some of the candidates, but they would see other candidates. And so it would be just kind of a mess of where these people would fit in and how, where that would go. So I guess it's up to the board. The board gets to decide, not me, but
I guess thanks for bringing that up. For clarification, I'm not asking that the administration, takes, the board's role in decision. it's more of like bringing back some additional information. That's it. So some additional insight that maybe we wouldn't be able to garner as a board, let's say. So that's the question.
Well, what insight would that be? Like you want them to like prepare a separate report from the hiring task force and give that to the board, or what are you asking them to do? Or what information do you need that you don't have? Or
yeah, so I guess for me, because I have zero knowledge of administrating a school, like none. I don't have a license. I've never worked in a school. So I'm relying quite heavily on the task force. And I'm just saying, I think we might have missed something if we don't have an administrative person on that task force. It was by design initially because we didn't know who was going to be applying. But now we have some administrators in our school that should be able to provide some voice into the questions and the feedback. And I think that nothing changes from the days, nothing changes from the planning or from the final interviews, that February 25th or 4th, whatever the final interview day is. It's just more of would it make sense to include some additional eyes, right? May think of some different questions or some watchouts for us that could give us some feedback. Because I know I wouldn't know the right question to ask. We have our list of questions, but they are generic. I think we've talked about that before. It's a much more generic sort of questionnaire is what we came up with as a board. So.
Yeah, well, it's up to the board. If they want to direct the hiring task force to have one of the administrators on the task force, that's fine. We're just like, we have interviews on Thursday. So is this person going to be at the interviews? Are they like, do they have a clear schedule? I mean, even like those types of things that, you know, I'm not sure exactly what piece you're asking for from them and how that would work out. But yeah, if that's what you want, then the board needs to decide that and tell me so that I can include them as soon as possible.
I guess other thoughts, concerns, this is part of the process, but yeah, Jeff, go ahead.
I guess two topics, and I don't know how I felt either way on them, would be the possibility of unconscious bias and perception from the outside that, just conflict of interest, and it just wouldn't look purely objective. Because even not having someone from the administration on the task force, I mean, certainly they're a resource. They can always talk to the task force, and the task force can always ask them questions and things to look for. But I don't know, those would be two of the issues that we would have to think through.
Cody, question? Oh, you're on mute, Cody.
Are the questions we're going to be asking during the board interviews going to be published ahead of time?
Yes.
I would say as long as the questions the board will be asking ahead of time or published ahead of time, I think it would be fine to have the admin team make a few questions. And then even if the candidate, or they're making questions that they'll be answering at their own interview, the other candidates will have access to the questions as well. So there wouldn't necessarily be an unfair advantage there. My main concern is about unfair advantages.
Well, the key, at the final board interview, they will all be asked the same questions. And like, I'm giving you a list of possible ones and you're coming up with your own. So surely if you wanted to talk to the other administrators to have access to those, but we would want to make sure that everyone will have access, like all of the candidates will have access to those questions. So those questions, yeah, that's fine. If administrators want to help the board make those questions, that would be appropriate, I think.
I think that's the level I'm comfortable with, just making sure that there's no unfair advantages.
Other thoughts, concerns? So I'm hearing kind of mixed results. I think what I'm hearing, the concerns that are being voiced is that we may have some unfair advantage, right? If people know the people who are applying, that would be a concern. And that was initially why we had not asked the administration. That's at least why I hadn't asked, was because I didn't want to have somebody who knew somebody give another person a leg up. Now it seems like, given the names that are not public yet, I don't believe, but at least the names that you have, Lisa, it's not the whole administration. So we have some opportunity there. So it sounds like, without making a motion, we can generally provide some feedback. Lisa, that it would be nice to have some administrative feedback in terms of our questions and whatnot. And then if we want to have some more than that, I'd like to get some more discussion or thoughts from the rest of the board, I guess. So anyone, anything else? So I got two more hands. Michelle, go ahead. You haven't spoken this one. Mute still.
Sorry, I tried to hit the space bar like a fancy person and it didn't work. I think I would agree with Cody and what Lisa had said, helping draft, especially because our admin team right now, they're working within the school. So their insight on some questions can be really great. But that'd be, I think, for me, where I would say the limitation would lie.
Okay. Did I see, was it Cody, did you have your hand raised or is it no?
That was from before. I forgot
Okay,
to take
gotcha,
it down,
no problem.
even after I reminded everyone else to do that.
No problem. All right. So Cecilia, I think maybe you and we can just work through the current set of questions that we have, and then we can maybe see if there's any additional things that you might think of that would be questions that you would ask an administrator. Is that all right?
Sure, that sounds fine. The only thing I would say is you also might want to be thinking about the optics for a candidate on what kind of conclusions they will draw from being part of an interview or two interviews where there's no administrator present. That's something to think about.
And why would that be an issue?
Well, they might just wonder where is the administration in this school on the hiring of the new executive director. It's kind of a pretty strange and obvious absence, that wouldn't be typical.
Well, if there's a current administrator running for that position, I think they can figure it out. That we don't want to be biased in any way or treat them unfairly. So I would think they would actually appreciate it.
Okay.
All right. Well,
So
I'll work with you, Dan and Cecilia, in working on the questions, and we'll
Yep,
get that figured out. Sounds good.
We got a fair bit of good kind of varied feedback. So sorry it wasn't so clear, but we'll sort it out. Appreciate all your hard work and for dialing back in on the call. I'm going to call it at this time as the workshop is done. So you guys get a 15-minute break. I will pause the live stream and then bring it back up again. All right. Thanks, everyone. See that we drop
I have
off.
it on my other screen and it's still just circling. So there's nothing live yet. It's still just buffering.
Okay. I was told that it is a delay, so we'll give it a second, see if we can catch up.
Oh, now it's on.
Okay.
Now we're good.
Great. So welcome everyone, January 24th, 2022 virtual MSA school board meeting. So thanks for hopping in here. We have a full agenda tonight. Sydney, are you able to read our updated school mission and vision, please?
The vision is to be innovative, sustainable model of academic excellence for all students that creates well-rounded lifelong learners and global citizens. And the mission is we provide accelerated, inclusive curricula and instruction in all subjects with an emphasis on math and science.
Thank you very much. All right, I need to switch it up a little bit because through virtual, I have to do a roll call individually. So Dan Ellingson here, Jennifer Bartle.
Here.
Yeah, if you remember, now we're back in the holding down the space bar. You got to be on your toes. I'll call your name and you have to say here or yes. So Michelle Kurkowski.
Here.
Maggie Burgraff is absent tonight. Eric Fair.
Here.
Annie Cardenas.
Here.
Cody Schneep.
Here.
Jeff Eng.
Here.
Sandy Overson.
Here.
And Sydney Osechki.
Here.
Great. So thanks, everyone. And I'm going to try my best to kind of cut in and out of sharing the agenda on the screen, as well as we do have, hopefully everyone has access through the MSA board page. You can follow along with the agenda yourself and hopefully bring up the links, but I'll share it for our record keeping here. So let me share. Is everyone seeing this Chrome browser? Size okay? So I would like to get an approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda for tonight?
Motion
This
to
is-
approve.
Oh,
There.
this is Annie Cardenas. I second that.
Okay, I heard Eric first and Annie second. Any discussion on the agenda for tonight?
Hey, one quick question. I think it was item 13 under discussion and decision. I didn't really think this closely about it until now. So like letter A, you said administration update with the BOD. So my understanding is, I mean, we're having a discussion and decision. It's not just an update.
That's right. Yep.
Okay.
So I think the whole section is kind of discussion and decision, if that's okay. And then
Just want to make sure. Thank you. Thank you. And also, and we've had this discussion, and I agree with you. And when we get to the closed meeting, we have kind of two sub items. The second sub item, some of that I think will be closed discussion, but some of it might need to be open, because if it doesn't, I mean, as a board, we're going to want to talk about priorities of the board and administration that is not evaluative per se, and that we want to be careful to have in an open meeting.
okay, good point. So my thought with this one, just so everyone's clear, kind of putting the closed session at the end was administratively easier to manage because Cecilia is the one that we're talking about. So we'll ask her to kindly step off for a bit and then come back. So I will text Cecilia when it's time to come back, and then we can have a discussion with her on kind of what we had for feedback from the first half. And then you're right. My thought was some of those things that you mentioned could come up during the rest of the board meeting. We have the whole admin update and whatnot. So some of those things that we want to have focus on will be done publicly in the earlier parts. So that was my thought behind the order of where they were at and not calling them out separately. Is that going to work, do you think?
It's tough to know until we get there, I guess. I have a feeling that we'll be careful what we say so we don't run into what we would have discussed in the closed meeting. But because of that, we might not get to all the issues of how we want to handle remaining priorities for the rest of the school year.
Okay.
That's my concern. I don't know.
I believe when we come out of closed session, we have to give a summary of what was discussed. Not every detail, but at least some broad summary, so we can kind of repeat those big bullet point items at that point to share with the community.
I mean, that would be a good time.
Yep, good. Any other questions, concerns? We had a lot of moving parts on this agenda, so thanks for hanging in there, and we tried our best. It's going to be, we got a lot of topics, so it's going to be an action-packed board meeting tonight is my prediction. So let's see. So can I put it to vote then to approve the agenda as discussed? Then all of those, actually, I can't do all of those in favor. Back to roll call. So I'm going to do it in the order I have on my sheet here. So Dan, no, I got to save myself to the end. Jennifer Bartle. Sorry.
That my mute button moved. Okay, yes.
Yeah, okay. Michelle Kurkowski.
Yes.
Maggie Ebergraf is absent. Eric Fair.
It didn't work for me, yes.
Annie Cardenas.
Yes.
Cody Schneep.
Yes.
Jeff Eng.
Yes.
Sandy Overson.
Yes.
And myself, Danny Ellingson, yes. So we'll get the hang of it. Give us a couple motions, and I think we'll be back in our swing. So, and that allows us to come back to number 5, which is MSA monthly celebration. And this month we've chosen to celebrate the MSA staff. So it's a little bit more difficult virtually. Cecilia, did we decide, are we going to bring people in, or are we going to just say it over? Do you want me to read it?
I would love to have you read it. We just decided it might be too hard, and to clarify, it's the office staff. So yeah, there's a little statement for you to read. Thank you.
And I'm happy to read this. So the board and admin would like to recognize and celebrate MSA's office personnel for their focus, integrity, respect, and excellence. We call this Dragon Fire. MSA's office personnel are Amanda Stout, the building A office manager, Becky Bogan, a COVID health aide, Brittany Schmidt-Necht, the business assistant, Emily Gravine, the high school counselor, Isaac Johnson, middle school counselor, Joel Punsack, student data coordinator, Kai Catudio, the maintenance coordinator, and Sean Parker, the building B office manager. So maybe a quick round of applause. We appreciate all their hard work and dedication behind the scenes each day to keep MSA running smoothly. The longtime office staff have been so welcoming to new administrators and teachers and shown their dragon fire by patiently teaching new personnel about the way things are done at MSA and to being open to change. So new and longtime staff have stepped up time and time again to face the challenges of this year and have done it with dragon fire. So thank you so much. It's probably one of the more difficult years we've had. So this is off script, but thank you so much for everything you guys have done to kind of keep the wagon rolling forward as we try to maneuver through everything here. So I think well done, everyone. And apologies we couldn't do it in person, but please know that you are well deserved. Thank you.
If this wasn't a board meeting, I'd do a dance right now, but I don't want to have that on record.
Very good. I think this is a great opportunity, and I can't wait for when we get back in person again and we can do these, continue. It's a good tradition we should keep doing. All right, next up we have open forum, and I just want to say thank you so much. We had quite a few comments this month, so maybe it's the virtual format, maybe it's just a lot of, again, moving parts that are going on, but I think we have 6 or 7 different open forums, so much so that I actually asked most of the board members to help kind of chime in, so you don't have to listen to me for many letters reading. And so what I'm going to do is I am going to ask that each of the people who read through the open forums, try your best to keep it to thereabouts 5 minutes. That was kind of our agreement with the public, as we try to keep the comments concise and to the point. So I'm going to read the first one, and then I'm going to kind of transition it over, and I'll put myself on mute. So this is, for those of you who are not familiar with the format, in the past, we would have had people come in person. Because this one is a virtual meeting, we asked that the open forum letters be sent in by noon today. And so this is just a read verbatim based on our best judgment of the notes that came in. So this one I have right here is from Emily Miller. As a member of the dear board members, as a member of the interim director hiring committee, it has come to my attention that there has been a significant lack of progress towards the stated goals outlined in the board approved job description for interim director. As we are over halfway through the school year, I would have expected to see concrete movement towards these goals demonstrated through regular public and timely communication of their progress. As stated in the job description, these goals include creating a positive school culture, which includes conducting an organizational assessment, reviewing job descriptions and allocation of duties, and reviewing the current evaluation system for teachers. This is evidenced by raised morale, school pride, and excitement about our future as the top performing charter school in the state. Number 2, initiate a mindset change. What are administrative tasks, department leadership tasks, and teacher tasks in order to move us from a small school mindset to a medium school mindset? And number 3, evaluation of our policies, including updating policies, placing more emphasis on policy and procedures to ensure fair, equitable, and transparent processes for all stakeholders, and defining who owns the policies. Additionally, the completion of an updated, this is a new paragraph. Additionally, the completion of an updated strategic plan in conjunction with the board of directors. What I have seen as a shareholder and committee member is not in keeping with the position or stated goals, and seems to be a significant overreach of the position, as there was no workshop to discuss amending the position itself, nor any consultation of the shareholders to whom the board is accountable. I can assume the position itself has not changed in its scope. Therefore, I would humbly request to know when we can expect progress on these items, or barring that, how the board intends to hold the interim director accountable for failure to fulfill her obligations to the school. Sincerely, Emily Miller. So thank you, Emily, for that feedback. I have next up Jeff, if you're able to read read your letter, please.
Sure. This is a letter from Mary Yap. Dear Board of Directors, I am coming to you tonight as we begin the new year and look ahead to hopefully better days on the horizon. We can likely all agree that 2021 was a tough one, likely one of the most challenging we have all endured, whether personally or professionally, and definitely in your volunteer role as the MSA Board of Directors. While we look back at last year, I want to mention and commend the unsung heroes of MSA, its teachers. During the past 22 and a half months, they have quickly had their work environment shift to teaching remotely and have navigated that. They did it and took on additional learning and development themselves without direction from MSA leadership to find the best way to teach remotely during the summer of 2020. They revised curriculum so that it was flexible and able to pivot to and from remote learning to in-person learning that summer, as well as we all hunkered down during the beginning of COVID. 2021 began with hope on the horizon as vaccines were beginning to be rolled out and the possibilities of returning to a normal environment motivated us. They created seeing charts curriculum that could be taught simultaneously both in person and remote to allow our students and families to continue to protect their health and learn in the best environment for the students. Teachers were stressed not only by this, but a year ago by the turmoil that erupted at MSA. Teachers stepped forward, volunteering to navigate prom, COVID reporting, graduation, and the hiring of committees of both an interim director and permanent director. While these teachers willingly volunteered, you and the board authorized generous additional compensation to our then assistant directors who were fulfilling their duties of our vacant director position. While many of their assigned duties, such as graduation, prom, etc., were shuffled off and were now being covered by these teachers who volunteered to do what was best for both the school and the students, and were told by the then administration that because they had volunteered, there was no additional compensation available for them. June came and you received the resignation of both assistant directors, 12 staff members, and you approved an increase to the original salary for the interim director. All while after reiterating that MSA did not have any additional funding to compensate our teachers. You then hired the assistant directors at a higher rate and approved a hiring bonus for new teachers who were hired to teach at MSA, while our longtime tenured teachers sat on the sidelines with the knowledge that funds were tight and there was no money in the budget to increase compensation. We are now in the entryway of 2022. A principal intern has begun working for MSA with the stated compensation of $75,000 and a new curriculum, and the school structure is being pushed through to begin in the fall of 2022, which would require our teachers to once again step forward and rewrite curriculum to accommodate longer class periods, meaning less frequently, and less overall time in the classroom for their classes, not to mention potentially needing to teach different classes. At a time when recruitment is at its most difficult point, how are we going to attract new teachers to fill vacancies left by teachers who have essentially been told by the current administration that their fields do not matter with the implementation of Project Lead the Way? Again, where is all this money coming from? MSA is the #1 charter school in the state and has been for many years through many different administrations. What keeps them at #1? The administration has changed, the students have graduated and continue going to college at rates above the national and state averages, as well as the higher rates than other local schools. It is the teachers who are committed to our students and philosophy, mission, and values of MSA. It is time for the board of directors to quit telling the teachers that there is not any money or enough money to increase compensation for our most valuable assets, our teachers, and begin investing in them. Many of our teachers work 2 to 3 jobs, and some give plasma regularly, keep a roof over their heads, and to stay working here at MSA. It is impossible for a single teacher to survive on a salary at MSA without additional income and cover basic living expenses. Our teachers are tired. They are tired of writing and rewriting curriculum, tired of watching other employees increase their salaries and time off when they are told there is no money, and they are tired of continually sacrificing their time and their talents for the betterment of the school. COVID money can be used to improve the working environment of the teacher's workplace through the purchase of air filtration systems, the hire of behavior interventionists, the hiring of a full-time on-site substitute, or contracting a social worker or school psychologist. The timing for the current proposed changes is not now and not in the best interest of reducing the load and stress of our teachers. I ask you, while you look at the budget and the COVID money that we have, how can we use it to invest in our most precious commodity, the human capital at MSA, our teachers? How can we alleviate their stress, improve their mental health state, and improve the conditions in which they currently work? How can we give back to the teachers who have continually given and given so much for the past 2 years? With the hiring crisis of 2021-22, we cannot afford to lose 5, let alone 11 teachers as we did last year. It is up to you to stop the exodus and look out for the greatest asset, our teachers. Thank you for your time and consideration. Mary Yap.
Thank you very much for reading that, Jeff. Appreciate it. And for Mary for the comments to the board. Eric, I think you're up next, please.
Yep, thanks, Dan. This letter is from Heather Crisco. MSA board members, I'm writing to you today to share my thoughts regarding implementing PLTW and the block schedule as currently presented. I know some of you are supportive of these changes, others are not, and some may be yet to be decided. I'm yet to be decided until I know some additional items have been addressed. However, since I completed the parent survey, the administration is making inferences from my responses and thus including me in data presented to you. I believe there are pros to PLTW for the current middle school students and future MSA students. However, current high school students are being forgotten. PLTW is not being rolled out for current 9 through 11 graders. However, administration has said they can take the PLTW course intended for 9th graders, even though none of them will be able to complete the program. Classes such as human body systems, anatomy are not ready to be rolled out until the prerequisites are rolled out. So anyone wanting to take the anatomy class will need to take the 9th grade PLTW class first, then take the biomedical pathway. Our seniors who follow the AP path starting as freshmen have no science offerings this year, and our sophomores and juniors who followed the AP path have their scheduled science class, but no elective offerings. Our current high school students seem to be an afterthought to the science curriculum until PLTW catches up. Are science teachers able to continue to offer science electives to current high schoolers with the proposed block schedule, or will MSA only offer non-science electives to students who complete the AP track? Future students will have added opportunities in the sciences, but please don't forget our current students who are part of the reason we are the school we are and have the rankings we do. It is up to the board and administrators to follow the MSA vision and mission, and it must be sustainable following the strategic priorities, including success for all students. PLTW will offer an accelerated curriculum for science, but it's at the cost of class time for every other required class in every subject area. Will reducing class time in required subject areas help our achievement gap in math and English? Does PLTW follow our mission for all students? Our mission. We provide accelerated and inclusive curricula and instruction in all subjects with an emphasis on math and science. Teachers will get a block period to collaborate, but presumably will still have the same number of sections to teach, likely with more students in the electives and thus more grading. Has this been presented to teachers in the same way it was presented to parents? I understand a pro to the block schedule is allowing students who do not have time in their schedules for electives to finally be able to choose an elective, though it might be a PLTW elective depending upon which grade they are in. A few cons for block schedules that have yet to be communicated with resolution. Are all teachers able to rewrite curriculum for the block schedules? Have teachers seen a proposal for the rate of pay and hours allowed for this task? Do teachers have time this summer to rewrite curriculum after having to do so for the last 2 years? Losing 52 minutes of each class time every 2 weeks adds up, even for classes that offer work time in class. Parents were told the extra class time will allow for more in-depth subject coverage, so current content is no longer satisfactory. MSA currently says high schoolers should typically expect 3 hours of homework a night. How will this be impacted by taking away class work time? Administration states classes will delve deeper into content in the longer classes and will be hands-on, leaving classwork for homework. How will this impact teachers' grading and connection with students to ensure they understand the content and assignments? Mrs. Burgraff has offered to teach English 12, Writing and Comp to PSEO students Monday through Friday for one semester, which is awesome. Will all seniors be taking this course Monday through Friday, or will there be 2 sections? Are there other courses where this will happen? Will AP Calc, BC, and Orchestra be included in the 8-block schedule or still be 0 hour? Orchestra is currently a 0.5 elective for high school and an activity for high school and middle school. So will this become a 1.0 elective for all? What about choir? It's been shared that teachers will have time to collaborate at grade levels, but not all grade level teachers will collaborate together. Will the SEL lessons and advisory be canned lessons, or will they be relationship builders like administrators are promising? Administration said students can use advisory time to meet with teachers, take tests, finish tests, and to build relationships. Will 25 minutes each day provide time for all these activities? I believe there are pros and cons for both PLTW and a block schedule. I believe there are pros and cons to our current schedule. I believe our students and staff have had huge changes these last 2 years with COVID and distance learning. I believe this administration wants to enact changes they feel will be positive. I ask, what problem are we solving with these schedule changes? Who will implement these changes? Will the permanent executive director agree with these changes, or will we have another sweeping change the following year? How will this be paid for after COVID funds are gone? Where and how are you going to fit additional teachers into our current building structure, which is already filled in at capacity? How much is remodeling our current structures going to cost to accommodate more classrooms? I asked the board to look at these changes through multiple lenses. I've talked to teachers, parents, students, administrators, and board members. I recommend the same to all of you. You are in the position to make decisions you feel are best for MSA. I look forward to hearing your voice as to what you feel is best for MSA. I am still undecided. Best regards, Heather Crisco.
Thank you very much, Eric, and thank you for the comments, Heather, and taking the time to reach out to the board. Next up, we have Annie Cardenas. Are you ready to read?
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. I'm reading a letter from Nicole Bailey. It's titled Concerned Parent. To the members of the board, today I would like to be a voice for those who are afraid, for those students who want to speak up but won't in fear of retaliation or criticism. I'm speaking for the parents who think it's pointless to say anything because the decision has already been made. I'm speaking for those who are angry, sad, and discouraged, for the students sitting in their bedrooms alone, depressed, and isolated from the world. We have had enough. There are no more excuses. These students and families deserve better. My family, along with many others, has personally been affected by the decision to move to distant learning. Last year was nothing short of a nightmare. Out of respect for my daughter, I won't get into details in an open letter, but this year is proving to be just as difficult. I am concerned that there is not a solid reason as to why MSA is currently distant learning. According to the COVID dashboard that was sent out, MSA has not reached the 10% of students or staff with COVID, and 833 has not gone distant learning. What is the current reasoning for distant learning? Is it staff shortages? What is the number of staff that need to be absent for MSA to be declared a shortage? The latest COVID dashboard that went out before moving to online learning stated that January 3rd through 6th, there were 26 positive cases and 3 staff were asked for COVID. The following week stated 36 total cases, but not as separate by the numbers of students and staff versus staff. The latest dashboard shows the numbers of cases dropped significantly down to 11. Based on the number 1, can assume that there's no staffing shortage. How many staff are currently out with COVID? According to the email sent out on January 19th, it stated there is no new information suggesting the risk of being at school in person has declined in these 2 weeks. We've decided it is in the students and staff's best interest to remain on distant learning. The email stated that there was no information suggesting that the risk of being at school had declined. However, this appeared to be false. The case numbers at school went down 36 to 11. That is a large decrease in case numbers. The email on the 19th also stated that the case numbers in the county are very high right now, which is true, but this was and still is not part of the criteria as a reason to move students to distant learning. MSA has safety protocols in place. In fact, MSA has some of the strictest COVID policy in Minnesota. I currently cannot find any evidence or reason as to why distant learning was extended. This is concerning. I'm worried the decision to extend distant learning was based on emotions instead of facts and case numbers at the school. We can't keep students home for a runny nose. People are going to get sick each winter as they have since the beginning of time. Parents are concerned the decision made to move students to online learning will significantly and negatively impact students in catastrophic ways. These students deserve an in-person education. On January 3rd, 2022, an article came out stating that the Children's Hospital in Minnesota, St. Part location, had swapped ICU beds for mental health beds. The number of students needing mental health services has increased significantly with lockdowns and the move to distant learning. Suicide attempts among girls ages 12 to 17 jumped over 50% during the COVID lockdown, per PEW research. Surgeon General Dr. Vicky Murthy even issued an advisory in December 2021 calling national attention to sobering statistics that lockdown impacts on children's depressive and anxiety symptoms doubled during the pandemic, with 25% of youth experience depressive symptoms and 20 experience anxiety symptoms, the advisory read. The American Academy of Pediatricians has stated the importance of in-person learning is well documented, and there is evidence of negative impact of children because of school closures in the spring of 2020. Lengthy time away from school and association interruption of support services often resulted in social isolation, making it difficult for schools to identify and address important learning deficits, as well as child and adolescent physical or sexual abuse, substance use, depression, and suicidal ideations. From a physician, as a community pediatrician in Ontario, I'm deeply concerned that the children and the teens to whom I provide mental care, I see firsthand the role of school play in mental and physical health. Most of the children who I follow struggled during the pandemic virtual learning, some presenting with depression, severe crippling anxiety, and suicide thoughts. One patient told me they had no hope and there's nothing to look forward to. They stopped coming out of their bedroom and engaged in cutting self-harm to distract from racing thoughts. A number of patients were unable to engage in virtual learning. They lost 6 months of school playing video games from morning to evening. Some turned into substance use to calm anxiety, and a few ended up on the streets. Virtual school is not an adequate option. During the pandemic, there will always be unknowns, and we must work with the information we have to make decisions. Our best available evidence suggests that the majority of children and adolescents, the benefits of in-person schooling with safety measures in place outweigh the risks associated with COVID-19. MSA already has strict safety measures in place. Masks are required to enter the buildings and must remain on at all times. There's plexiglass in the lunchroom. And there has even been an additional lunch added in an effort to further space of students. MSA has the power to continue to be an excellent school when students are in person. I would like to suggest the board please vote immediately to reopen the school. Please, let's help get MSA students back in class. Thank you. Sincerely, Nicole Bailey.
Thank you very much, Annie, for reading that, and Nicole for sharing your thoughts and with the board. So next up we have Jennifer. Are you able to read the next one for us, please?
Good day, board and MSA administration. My name is Ryan Kane. My son Gabriel is a 7th grader in his first year at MSA. The distance learning recently implemented lost the science a long time ago and is even now starting to lose in the general narrative as well. Yet MSA has decided it's the way to go. Either there's an ignorance of the impact to learning loss, emotional health, and social development, or a choice has been made to ignore it and follow an old playbook. Study after study has been released indicating the reduced virulence of the Omicron variant to the point where an article in the New York Times today points out that COVID has fallen below the flu on the scale of risk. The increased infectivity has also rendered formerly dubious mitigation measures completely irrelevant. The science has declared how worthless cloth masks are for almost an entire year, and the narrative is slowly catching up. Many studies have also pointed to how communities with in-person schooling have lower community spread than with communities with closed schools. While those studies haven't had time to update for the Omicron wave, there is nothing about the Omicron variant that one would expect to change that basic calculus. While closing schools will prevent spread in the school, it actually increases spread within the community at large. Beyond the reality that mitigation measures are not really having the desired income unless you ignore spread among students, as long as you feel happy it wasn't actual spread in the school building, the extreme increase in depression, drug use, delayed and worsening speech, and the massive increase in the gap between the advantaged and the disadvantaged cannot be put to the side anymore. While my family has been extremely lucky with 2 laptop class parents, children old enough to manage school independently, strong enough Wi-Fi in the house, portable portable devices that have made school assignment submissions possible, and intelligent and motivated kids. Even with that, there have been concerning signs of depression from my son, who has never shown any level of that before. Gabe is in his 4th school in 6 years. He's usually been good at making friends and getting into social groups. But just as he was getting over the mild shyness hump and getting phone numbers of friends to get together outside of school, distance learning hit along with the request for students not to get together outside of school. He's gone from growing excitement about the development of some relationships to wondering why he should even try. Connection can be taken from him at any time. Please end this distance learning error as soon as possible. Sincerely, Ryan Kane.
Thank you, Jennifer, for reading that, and Ryan for submitting your feedback to the board. Much appreciated. Next up, we have Sydney. Are you prepared to read, please?
This is one from Paula Akaku. Dear board members, as you have your discussion on pathways, we would like you to be aware of the impacts the changes may have on students and the worries students have about the proposal. Here are some of our concerns. There already are a lot of behavioral issues with younger students with our regular schedule, and attention spans have decreased since the pandemic has started. It's easy to get distracted, and going straight to almost doubling a classroom will be difficult for students to pay attention. More time should be spent discussing how this should be properly implemented with students, parents, and teachers. And students, parents, and teachers should have been and should play an active part in creating pathways. We are still in a pandemic. Academic excellence still matters, but there should be consideration of the adverse effects of the pandemic. Drastically changing MSA schedule will not be a positive change for struggling students. MSA has been a school that has welcomed STEM students and non-STEM students. Because there is no proposed pathway for non-STEM students, many will want to leave MSA. Middle schoolers who are forced or encouraged to do pathways may want to leave MSA for a high school that gives students more choices. Pathways does not account for transfer students or students from the MSA in 9th grade, and only adds to their rigorous workload. Pathways does not also account for students in band who do not have a free elective until 10th grade. Students have consistently been asking for more AP classes and humanities due to the significant emphasis placed on math and science courses currently. Focusing on these pathways seems to take away funding and time from this possibility. Pathways makes it even more difficult for MSA students to participate in PSEO. PSEO offers a more flexible option than the needs pathways, as students are actually able to take a wide variety of classes they currently want to and are related to their future plans and career goals, earning college credits in the process. The best way for MSA students to get involved in STEM is through extracurricular activities, which could provide more hands-on experience than pathways. Extracurricular activities such as robotics, SweNext, Science Club, Computer Club, Earth Club would be taken to new levels and even better alternatives if they were given the same funding that this program is requiring. Well-rounded students as MSA's mission are shaped through their life experience and extracurricular activities, not just the classroom. Pathways does not adequately address the adverse effects of the pandemic and could make things worse for students who are struggling and have trouble with the already challenging workload. The rigor of MSA's curriculum does not allow most students to successfully complete a pathway and the normal required classes. The workload that MSA students receive has no space for the extra work presented by these pathways. Additionally, MSA students have other commitments outside of school. We are just disappointed that school leaders have not included students in creating pathways through World's Best Workforce, strategic planning, focus groups, and other student activities. Many students have expressed that they would like to have an active part in creating new programs. Student feedback has lengthened towards saying MSA's workload is too much, that MSA does not allow for creative thought, and that MSA focuses too much on tests. Students have proposed reasonable solutions to these problems, but we have not been heard or included in the process. As you can see, there are still many questions, concerns, and disappointments that students have about pathways. We believe the time should be spent discussing pathways as a community, and this decision should not be rushed. When learning is already uncertain and difficult during a pandemic, we ask you to be cautious and considerate. Creating a new program for students could be a great opportunity, but parents, students, and teachers should be a part of that.
Thank you, Sydney, and it was signed by a number of students, is my understanding. So thank you very much for that and for the feedback summarized by Paula. Last one on the list here, Cody, can you?
Yep, I'm ready. This is from Tim Zeller. Dear Mr. Ellingston and BOD, recently it was announced that there will be significant changes to the curriculum and schedule for next year. Last week, there was a 1-hour call to explain the changes and take questions, in addition to the survey that was sent to parents. I appreciate the time and effort the administration has taken to seek feedback and answer questions. I have a few additional questions and comments for the board to consider. Number one, I'm very excited to hear that Project Lead the Way will offer additional courses in STEM-related classes. This is certainly welcome news to those families who seek an academically challenging and relevant instruction. Number two, why is an interim administrator making major changes to the schedule and curriculum instead of waiting for the permanent administration to do so? I would be more comfortable if these changes are proposed by the interim director and left to the discretion of the new permanent director to implement, change, or ignore. Number three, in considering a move to a permanent block schedule, has the attention span of students been taken into consideration? I assume it may be difficult for teens to stay focused for 80 minutes and wonder if there are studies that correlate academic success with class duration. Number four, one goal cited for the changes is narrowing our achievement gap. It has been communicated to parents that MSA does in fact have an achievement gap. Are there quantitative metrics to support this? MSA is consistently ranked at the top 1 or 2 high schools in Minnesota. I'm concerned that we are making changes that risk MSA's current reputation and success simply to follow a recent trend. Significant changes should be made to a failing school, not a successful school. Thank you for your consideration, Tim Zeller.
Thank you for reading that, Cody, and also for Tim for sharing some of your feedback. I think with all of these, fantastic. I can't recall an open forum where we've had so much feedback. So thank you so much for everyone taking the time to put down your thoughts, questions, concerns. Luckily, I think in this agenda, we have a number of these topics that we're going to be going through. So hopefully some of your questions will be answered as we kind of march through the agenda. So thanks again for the open forum. If I can move to item number 7, which is approval of the minutes. So can I get a motion to approve? We have 2. We have the board of director meeting minutes and the special board of director meeting minutes from 6th of January.
Cody will motion to approve the minutes.
Okay. Thanks, Cody. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Eric seconds. So discussions, questions, concerns with the meeting minutes as we had them captured. Okay, then I'll do a roll call. Approval of the minutes. So Jennifer Bartle,
Yes.
Michelle Krakowski,
Yes.
Maggie Burgraff is absent. Eric Fair,
Yes.
Annie Cardenas,
Yes.
Cody Sheep,
Yes.
Jeff Eng,
Yes.
Sandy Overson,
Yes.
and Dan Ellingson, yes. So we have approved the minutes, item 7. So now we're on to item 8, student representatives. Sydney, did you have anything for us this month you'd like to share?
I think the main thing was that.
Did I miss something? Cecilia's raised her hand. Oh, go ahead, Cecilia.
Yes, Chair Ellingson, was it your intent to also approve the minutes from the special board meeting? And if so, I noticed there was a mistake in those. I think it's a mistake there's a place where you refer, whoever took the notes refers to the executive director position, but I think you're talking about the principal intern or the administrative intern. So I wasn't sure if you were also approving the special.
I meant to approve them both, but we can just do a quick. So I'm looking at it here. There should be a section where we talked about the intern, you're saying?
I think that's what you were talking about. I'm not sure where it came up about our principal intern. Where was it? It's not about, it's a different place, maybe toward the end. I don't have it in, I'm looking at what you have there, but I don't have it in front of me. Okay, right at the very top, right where it's right at the top of the document, it was also the administrative intern position has been filled and a new person starts, but I think Eric's motion to cover the current status of the executive director hiring, maybe that's not a mistake. Maybe it's okay. I thought part of it was that you had used the wrong title, but maybe this is what you meant.
I agree, it's not clear, but it's talking about the executive. It probably should say the interim director doing this, right? But
Okay.
okay.
I think I was just confused.
Yeah, but I can see where the confusion is. If you're okay with it, we'll let the motion stand as passed. And I think I actually had it on my topic to talk about when it comes to the chair report, so that we can hopefully cover any confusion.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, that one was added to the agenda because of like the timeline for the hiring committee. So I think it is executive director is the correct title, it's just a permanent executive director. But yeah, it looks a little weird.
Okay, good. Thanks for the clarification, Cecilia. So can we?
So I'm sorry, Dan, I will just say very quickly, I thought that we were approving the meeting minutes and that we would do a separate motion to approve the special meeting minutes. Is that okay? I prefer to do it that way.
Let's back up and do that then. So
okay.
Is everyone okay with the initial approval of 7? There's no number, board meeting minutes, I guess, because we kind of did that one. So let's then assume, let's do the special board meeting separately. So can I get, I'll make a motion that we approve those meeting minutes. Can I get a second?
Cody will second.
Okay. So discussion, we had Cecilia's comment, and Eric, did you have any other questions or comments?
I just want to make sure it was okay that the second page has the motion as Jennifer had captured it, but then I went in and edited it to the specific motion. Is that fine that that's captured that way in the minutes, or does it get updated to the motion that was done in the meeting? Like, is it okay to have both of those, one in red and one in black?
I mean,
I think so.
It's a good question. I think one of the things we're not struggling through, we get to learn together, is now that we have the documents out there, people can make changes. So when is it the finalized one, right? I think is kind of what we're talking about. So you're saying on the edit is what you kind of added in there?
Yeah, that was my specific motion in the meeting. So I think this is Jennifer, you do an amazing job at taking notes. I wouldn't want to take notes. And it's, where's that point when we're going to finalize these minutes, what maybe was happening in the meeting versus, because that's what I thought I had said versus what was in the minutes.
So I'm okay, Eric. I'm okay. You're the one that's mentioned as making the motion, so I'm okay to go with yours. I'm fine with that writing. So I guess, is there anyone who is concerned with the way it's written in red, and we can modify the motion to approve it with the red and strike out the black?
And then maybe I can ask one question before we do that, is maybe going forward, instead of editing the documents, when we go through this motion process to approve the minutes, that's when we would update it to reflect what it was supposed to be. You know, instead of typing in the minutes like I did, like I probably shouldn't have done, I should have waited for this point to say, I'd like to correct the record for the motion, that the motion The motion is to authorize the finance committee to approve up to 2,000 to be used for reposting the executive director position online. I should have said that now versus putting in the document.
I'm okay with either way, but
Yeah, I agree with you, Eric. That's usually how it goes, that you just file it in your head to bring up at this point, and then
I just have to remember it.
it's always a challenge.
And I think the only other thing I would change on this one is just right underneath the red text, 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th line down, there's just a typo. There's extra letters and periods.
Oh, yeah. So Jennifer, are you able to edit this for us, please? Or
Yes, I can. Yeah.
okay. Clean out the E's. Yep. Thank you. And then we'll delete.
Jennifer, when you do that, will you just switch my name to have an I and then an O at the end over Son, S-O-N? Just at the very top, yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's no big deal. You can spell my name a million ways, so thank you. Just S-O-N on the Sandy.
Okay, got it.
Type that one too. I'm not sure. So,
Going forward, I prefer AIRIQUE. If you could spell my name that way, that'd be great.
Okay. Any other comments? I'll do a roll call vote as amended. Jennifer will help us clean up those two things. So back to the roll call list. Jennifer Bartle.
Yes.
Michelle Kurkowski.
Yeah.
And Maggie's absent. So Eric Fair.
Yes.
Annie Cardenas.
Yes.
Cody Schneep.
Yes.
Jeff Eng.
Yes.
Sandy Overson, spelled with the O.
Yes.
And myself, Dan Ellington, also spelled with an O. Yes. So very good. Thanks for the clarification. Bring up the agenda here. So executive directors. Oh, sorry. We just started the. Sydney, did you have anything to cover this month?
The only thing that I would have said was the pathway thing, but I think we got a lot of that from the letters.
Okay, so the pathway, the program that we're talking about. Okay, good. So that'll definitely come up in a couple of different spots, I think. So thank you. So maybe Cecilia, we can switch over to you. Do you want me to click or do you want to drive? I can let you drive if you're. I'll stop sharing here.
Sorry, I'm regretting telling Justin I wanted 2 screens and not 3, but yes, I'll click in a minute here. Let's see. All right. Oops. All right, can you see my PowerPoint?
Yep.
Great. And now how will I click through these when my mouse is not working?
You want me to drive?
Maybe you can, because I'm using Mr. Bukila's desk and oh no, never mind. I just have to be able to see if I can go back. I'm just learning how to drive with my touchpad here. There we go. Okay. So I wanted to, as you can tell with all those public comments, there's a lot going on and our agenda is really big and there are a lot of questions. I wanted to proactively address some things here. I want to address the hiring of the principal intern. First of all, you have also seen him called an administrative intern. I'm going to use principal intern tonight. I'm going to answer some questions and then go into some whys. And so these are big picture items and we'll get into the details in a minute here, but the how of hiring our principal intern is with COVID funding and also that we spoke with the board about this in December, that this was a need. And I can go into a little bit of detail about this in a second. If you don't mind, I'm going to pause for a minute and stop sharing. I just need to get my notes up here, and I apologize.
Yeah, if the link works, I don't mind sharing as well. I can follow along. So if you're,
You know what? That would be great. Then I could actually have my notes in front of me instead of these slides.
to do that, so I'll share again.
Thank you so much.
No problem. And then is
And
coming through okay for you?
it is. Thank you.
Yep.
So I wanted you to know that we drafted and posted a position to hire someone to help us out. There are so many reasons, and I'll go into the reasons in a minute here, but we had one applicant and we interviewed him, and he actually is a great fit. So let's go into the next slide for a minute. Okay, the why is really important for you to know, and I know some of these questions have come up. We frankly have been unable to meet all of our responsibilities, the administrative team, with our available FTE. As you know, Dr. Olson has had quite a bit of illness and has been absent for much of the school year so far. One of the commenters tonight mentioned some of the board's expectations of me, and I will speak about some of those, but one of the things that you need to know is I have had to have my building principal hat on quite a bit, and we just realized that with being sort of behind, quite behind, hardly keeping our heads above water, to be honest with you, and knowing we have COVID funding to implement a solid summer school. We have what the recent commenter said about addressing the impacts of COVID on students and not being able to solidly get to really putting some measures in place. COVID itself, the transition from last year to this year with the turnover of most of the office staff, 30% of the teachers, and the entire administrative team that we're coming in behind, and a large scale investigation that is happening now, and we will soon have big recommendations, big changes we'll need to make. So for all of those reasons, plus some of the ways we see that COVID is affecting students, like behaviors in school that our teachers are not used to having, for all of those reasons, we felt it would be really important to bring in an extra administrator of some kind to help us get over this hump of giant things. And I haven't even spoken to expansion. There is absolutely no way that this administrative team can even begin to help plan expansion with how thinly our FTE has been spread. When I look at the duties in my job description, the ones that I cannot attend to, and the comments that we have from stakeholder input, from the climate survey, from the director survey, that communications haven't improved, things like that. Those are all things that we know have to improve. We cannot humanly do them without help. Next slide. So I want to get into a few details about the things you've asked me to do when you hired me. In addition to a rather lengthy job description, which I love, by the way, they're all things I love to do and all things that I am doing. But the board added these special tasks to implement a positive school culture, which will include many aspects. One will be an organizational assessment to facilitate the shift in mindset to a growth model in preparation for expansion, to reevaluate policies and procedures to ensure that our school follows and reflects the ideas represented in our policies, which are consistent with our mission and goals. So to start with, that top one, this task is next to impossible with our current schedule, our teacher schedule. It's exacerbated, the challenges are exacerbated by us being spread out in 4 buildings. We have limited meeting space and of course the pandemic. And so the need to make a positive culture at MSA is primarily a need for time for staff and administrators to actually meet. A lot of the confusion and questions we have are because we don't actually have time to meet. We have a meeting schedule that allows me access to staff for 1 hour a month. That's our staff meeting time. So time for staff to meet with each other, time for staff to collaborate, time for staff to learn together. Some teachers don't even have a prep time each day. So our current schedule doesn't allow us to implement a positive school culture. So I wanted you to know that. The culture is also being affected by staff morale and stress. Some of that's caused by student misbehavior. Student misbehavior is always telling us something. Students are telling us something with that behavior. Some of them are telling us, I'm struggling with learning. Administration and staff don't have time to properly come together to understand and respond to these students in a systemic way with the existing schedule we have. So I want you to know that we voted on having a schedule change, and 80% of the staff who voted want a schedule change. I also want to note that administration gets very little time, like I said, to share information, to look at student data, to build a culture of data routines, to get teacher input. So a charter school is supposed to have strong teacher voices. We have teachers on the board. It's supposed to be partially run by teachers. We don't even have a good way to get teacher input with the schedule we have other than sending a Google survey, a Google poll. So I will move on to the second task that you've given me, to facilitate a shift in mindset to a growth model in preparation for expansion. So there's a clear need. The administrative team that you hired, we are smart and we are quick learners. So yes, there's probably a lot that we still don't know about MSA, but we really know that there are some things that MSA needs to do to kind of catch up to its current size and status, and clean up our house in order to sort of set the table, sorry for the metaphors, for successful expansion. Some of the things that administrators need to lead: curriculum development, establishing a more comprehensive foundation for collaboration and reflective practice in our staff, establishing a culture and an infrastructure of being a data-driven school, implement what's called a multi-tiered system of support to narrow the achievement gap. And yes, we do have an achievement gap and we can share the data. We need to actually have an infrastructure where we look at student data and make decisions about how to change. We don't have that. We can't make that happen unless we have more time in the day. Our teachers are actually going sometimes all day with no prep time, and they're having to meet before school and after school to get anything done. They're working long days. We need to streamline and document operational procedures. We need to mitigate the effects of the pandemic on student learning, on mental health, on behavior. The list goes on and on. We need to help staff embrace diversity and examine our own implicit bias, become more equitable, inclusive, and welcoming community. We need to bring more culturally responsive and inclusive practices into our instruction. None of those things we have time to work on when we can meet with each other 1 hour a month. We, as the existing administrative team, have no hope of being able to accomplish even a fraction of the list. So COVID funds recognize these impacts, the impact of the pandemic on schools, And my professional judgment is that bringing an additional administrator in is the only way that we can be effective with your tasks that you've asked me to do and this long list of things that we as administrators know we need to do. So 80% of the staff surveyed, and they were almost exclusively teachers that responded. They expressed excitement about the pathways. 67 out of 89. Oh, I'm sorry, this is parents. I'm mixing up my parents and staff. So we surveyed parents too about the administrative or the schedule change and the pathways, and 80% did express excitement, and 60% out of 89 thought that this was an innovative thing to do the pathways and catch up on practice. Sorry, I am a little bit jumbled here with my notes. There's a lot of moving parts in this agenda, as Dan said. The third task that you've given me is to reevaluate policies and procedures to ensure that our school follows and reflects the ideas represented in our policies, which are consistent with our mission and vision. This takes time too. The executive director needs to be able to focus on these things. There's been a steep learning curve in the first half of the year due to all of us coming in cold and having to build an entirely new administrative team, hire 30% of the staff, an entirely new special ed team. We have to wear many hats in charter schools when we're the executive director. And we've got this challenge of overcoming a backlog caused by Dr. Olson's absence. So I mentioned all those things, I guess, more than once. I wanted to come back to the top item too about the organizational assessment. So I naturally have been doing this organizational assessment as I work. And in fact, that's some of the reasons for the changes we're recommending. I would say to take a pause long enough to record some of that. We need a little bit of additional, we need to get our administrative team fully in place. All right, next slide, please. So you wanted to talk about the COVID funds, and this is really exciting, but it's also a responsibility. I know that you all feel the same way that I do, that we are stewards of the taxpayers' dollars, and this is a lot of money. $190,000 to expand summer programming and to bring evidence-based practices in to help mitigate the effects of COVID. That money is only available till September of 2023. So it can fund summer school this year and next year. More expanded summer programming. This is just good, little bit more money here, $6,700 for June, July, and August of this year. Then there's a large chunk of money, $99,000, that is to address the learning recovery, lost instructional time. This is where they want to see evidence-based practices, such as the things we're suggesting. And then this tiny little bit of ESSER funding too, that is the flexible money. The rest of this money isn't that flexible, like we can't use it for teacher raises, for example. And then finally, the COVID testing money, which is coming in very handy. And I don't know if you're all clear, but we have a wonderful COVID health aid, and we are offering testing twice a week to our students and our staff, and now students' families and staff's families, including the board. So that's the COVID budget, big picture, what's available. Next slide. Here's what we're proposing. These are still very large buckets, very big picture. So we can put lots more detail in here for you as we move forward. For that big pot of summer money and the little pot, so the 189 plus the 6,700, we wanted to fund staff and a summer principal, our intern, the salary and benefits for the first summer. That's this summer. We call that summer one. And then summer two would be next year's summer school program. So that's just the staff and the principal's salary and benefits. And then transportation, we could actually afford to transport all the kids who want to come, not just the kids who live in the South Washington County borders, which is wonderful. And that was a request. And then a large pot of money to pay teachers to get together to plan and also to establish some partnerships. For example, I talked to a 3M parent the other day and he said, meet with the 3M parents. Maybe we can get some partnerships going that benefit school. Partnerships that feed into our electives, our proposed Project Lead the Way, for example. Partnerships were recommended by our sponsor, our authorizer, in the last report, and we haven't had the time or bandwidth to really establish some of those partnerships that could really benefit our school, including monetarily, for fundraising purposes. And then $40,000 to do training and provide stipends to teachers. So training not just for what they would do in the summer, but training for the future. We can squeeze it into this. And as long as it's partly done in the summer, it can also be training that benefits teachers such as teaching in a block schedule, teaching the Project Lead the Way, and then stipends, healthy stipends for participating in training this fall yet for summer, actually. And I know that's a lot, but if teachers are getting paid, at least it makes it a little bit better. And then a little bit for materials. Next slide. So here's the learning recovery money. That's the $99,000. We have in here a support teacher. That's kind of generic. This could be a social worker. This could be an extra teacher. There's a lot that we could do with this. There's been an idea thrown around of hiring a floating sub, but a floating sub can only sub for one teacher. So it doesn't really move us forward. It might not be the wisest use of money. It doesn't really solve our sub shortage problem, but it could help. Something to consider. $30,000 for training on some of the things that we really do need to address. One commenter said, why is an interim director making some of these recommendations for large changes? Well, primarily because these are things that would not be smart to delay for one more year. Some of these things are clearly part of the evidence-based practices that are needed to help us get that growth mindset to grow and to help assure that we are meeting our mission and vision so that all students can be successful here. So social emotional learning, student mental health, more inclusive practices, training that the students have been asking for and that we've sort of set aside on reducing implicit bias, things like that. So that is where we wanted to spend the money, which is exactly meeting the goals of this fund: learning recovery, lost instructional time, mitigating the effects of the pandemic on our students. I heard what those parents were saying. We know the suffering that has happened to children because of long-term distance learning, and we cannot ignore it. We have to work on it. And that doesn't mean just giving them improved academics. It means attending to their whole person. And we can't do it without making some good decisions about how we spend this money. Okay, next slide. Finally, these other small pots, we wanted to use this $9,800 for staff performance pay. I know that's almost a joke. It's such a pittance, but we hope we can find more money to add to that. But at a minimum, my thinking would be this is your reward for sticking around through yet another tough year, and then the COVID testing grant is $40,000. It's very limited to testing personnel, tests, and protective equipment for just people who are conducting tests or dealing with sick kids. So it's really just our COVID health aid and our 2 office managers that we can buy PPE for. But the government has just made N95 masks available, and we had Becky go online right away before the site crashed and before the masks were gone and order 600 N95 masks, and we have tons more tests coming. So we're able to offer families, just drive up and we'll run out with a test, which is great because they're hard to find. Okay, next slide. Thank you. I'm going through a lot here. I'm sorry. I'm just sort of jamming all this in. We'll have time to discuss in the after this if you want, but definitely in the discuss decision session. COVID update. You know, when we started this fall, up until the holiday break, we only had 20 positive cases reported. And then each day since we returned from break on January 3rd, we had 10 or more % of our students out with either COVID or a COVID-related absence. And this wasn't counting our PSEO students. With other student absences, because we are asking families to keep homesick kids because we don't know, nobody knows unless they're testing a lot if it's COVID or not. We've had 20% of kids out each day. That's 80 to 112 students out each day. And that was part of the reason we decided to shift to distance learning. The number of students who tested positive for COVID doubled from 20 to 40 in that period from January 3rd through January 11th. Next slide. So we made the very tough decision to shift to asynchronous distance learning on Wednesday, January 12th, or for Wednesday through Friday, January 12th through 14th. And then we began asynchronous learning last week for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Tuesday and Monday were no school, as you know. And then we made the tough decision to extend with a plan to hopefully return to school on Monday, the 31st. On the comment that one of the forum participants made about test results going down. The reason test results or positive results have gone down is because there's nobody here to test. So it's not that there's less COVID, just less people to test. Okay, next slide. And then finally, I wanted to talk about the climate survey. So, you know, the board did a survey about my performance that went out, and then the administration did a survey about the climate here for our input. And I just wanted to share kind of a main takeaway. You have the results of the climate survey in the packet that we administered before break. It's a rough timing to administer these kinds of surveys. I don't think anyone's happy with everything that schools are doing right now, but I feel very lucky that we have very supportive staff and teachers and students for these hard decisions. There were 32 participants in this survey out of a possible 50-ish. Improving the school climate is a board priority, and it's a priority of mine. The results are mostly positive and constructive, especially given the events of last year, the ongoing pandemic, and the way that Kate, Leela, and I had to start the year. We'll take some time to discuss this, but I wanted to highlight a few highlights. Wanted to point out a few highlights. So areas where there was a clear majority of staff responding positively. They enjoy working here. They feel challenged in their roles, and they feel comfortable sharing concerns with administration overwhelmingly. Areas for improvement that a majority of the respondents shared. They want to see effective communication. And the climate survey is just for staff. I didn't say that before, but I want you to know that. Compensation, which we've heard and is true, and addressing challenging behaviors. So a very few staff did share some strongly worded concerns about changes that are being made and a perceived lack of teacher input. It was not the majority, but they were strong statements. I wanted you to know we take these concerns seriously, and we know that, first of all, we love the positive parts, of course, and the feedback is important because we're always needing to improve, and especially this team, we're all new here, and we want to receive your feedback and take it and improve. There's something that's important that I want the board to understand. There are so many administrative responsibilities here, and with an entirely new administrative team and new people in 2 key office roles and COVID, I just think that there is so much for us to do, and that kind of comes back to the reason why we need this extra administrative support that COVID funding can cover. I'm happy to see the results of this, and of course, happy to keep working on the areas of improvement. Next slide.
That's it.
I think that's it. So that's the end of my report. Sorry, that was a little long, but there were a lot of big things to address.
So you're right, Cecilia, a number of these ones will be covered later in our discussion, but we don't specifically have a COVID one. So can I just press you quickly on that one? Because I think a lot of the comments came back from the community saying frustrated, right? I mean, they're frustrated. Now, they're taking out their frustration on you because you are helping us make these decisions, right? So right or wrong, you're in a tough spot. But I guess the question that I have for you is, do we feel that we've addressed what we need to such that we could kind of try to hold that January 31st date? Like, can we give our students and teachers and staff some hope that that may hold? Or do we feel, I mean, where are we at with that? Because I know nobody knows the future, but some of the comments are saying, hey, we've done what we can. You know, MSA is doing what we can with masks, protection, and everything else. And how do we get the students back? I think we'll all agree we want the students back in person. The staff wants to be back. I think we don't want to be distance learning. So I think the folks can hopefully recognize that. And we're feeling, so anyways, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but where are we at with the January 31st date, and how confident do we feel we can get people back in place?
So I want to express mostly confidence. You're right. We all want to be back. Kids do, staff want to, we want to. I have been checking with teachers this week, and everyone says it's going okay, but I miss the kids. You know, I miss being here with the kids. You know, there have been a few medical professionals, officials who have said, you know, we're starting to see that upper Midwest peak is starting to drop. Our biggest concerns are always that we are crowded, especially in building A, in our classrooms, in our hallways, at lunch. It's very hard to keep kids and staff safe. And then the other thing is, if they become sick and have to quarantine, thank goodness many of the kids are not very sick, and many of the staff are not very sick, but we still have to follow the quarantine requirements for staff and kids. We did go ahead and go with the CDC requirements, which is a 5-day quarantine if it's just a close exposure, but if you're not for testing positive. Anyway, I'm rambling, but I'm nervously saying, yes, we should try to come back in a week and deal with it. We've shored up our sub list. We're paying subs better. Our subs are very committed. You know, what was happening to our teachers, it was the end of the semester. We had 20% of kids out. And so teachers were trying to do basically distance learning and teach in person. So they're basically trying to do hybrid, and they were worried they weren't able to really capture those kids who were home on quarantine or sick. And so plus having to cover for each other because we couldn't find subs and we had staff out sick, not just with COVID, but with general winter things, they were just exhausted. And we didn't feel like we were being effective with all the kids. And so, you know, that was the tough decision. So it was all of these things. So did it closely exactly follow our plan, our fall plan? No, we couldn't have even anticipated all of the things like the transmission rate that has been just off the charts. Every time you look at any graph, it's just up. And, you know, we couldn't have anticipated any of those things. So we hope to come back in a week and do our best to keep kids in their seats at lunch, put their masks back on, you know, do our best. But we have 1 foot, you know, 1 foot of distance in many of our classrooms, not
Just
3.
One comment, and I'll switch to Jeff. So thank you for your help, you know, kind of guiding us through there. I know it's not an easy task that the board has asked, you know, the administration to help us with, kind of keeping up to date with all those different moving parts as we've talked about. But I'm glad that you're able to, you know, make those decisions as needed, and we don't have to kind of call a special board meeting every time we learn some new piece of information. So thank you for that. But Jeff, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, just a follow-up question to yours, Dan. So when would you make that decision for, was it presumably next Monday? I mean, to give us either hope or time to plan for the parents. That's always the toughest part, of course. And number two, just follow up on are we at a point where do you feel it was more about student infection or lack of teachers, or is it both or one more than the other? Because, nationally, they're kind of suggesting that it's more lack or need for teachers. And I don't know if Minnesota's experiencing that or not.
I would hope to decide by Wednesday so people have time. We also have to remember that 833 has a shortage of bus drivers and notified us before we went on distance learning that they may have to cancel some of our routes. They're canceling routes here and there for their own schools and for the other schools they provide transportation for. So we need to give them enough notice that they make sure they can cover our routes. And we do expect that they will be canceling some routes. So unfortunately, we're going to have other interruptions. But a decision by Wednesday, by the end of the day, Wednesday will help us at least do the best we can there and help staff be ready. The second thing, Jeff, I have to say it was just the combination. It was this toxic mix of everything that made us decide. So the percent of kids that were out absent combined with staff needing to try to help support them and deal with their kids in class and the sub shortage. I mean, we just could not keep our classrooms covered without asking our teachers to cover for each other. That means they're using their prep time, and they've done it. I am just so grateful and amazed that our teachers have done it time and time again, but it takes a toll. You can't just keep on doing that,
Great, thanks.
Yeah, good question, Jeff. Any other follow-up on COVID? Just to make sure, because that one's not on the agenda later. I want to make sure we've.
I did. I had my.
Yeah, go ahead, Jennifer.
A couple things. One was, when are we going to get back to our attendance policy? Because an email went out before we went to distance learning where if you wake up in the morning and you don't feel good, but you test negative, still please don't come to school. And I think that just causes a huge attendance issue. A lot of kids, and I counted 86 kids on the list have already had COVID. So they have a natural immunity. So if they don't feel good and they have a mask on and they're testing negative, then I think they need to be in school. I think there's been too much leeway given to people who are just afraid to come in. I think we need to say, you either come to school or you're going to be marked absent. And the other thing I wanted to bring up was the email today where if your child feels more comfortable or they have a better, I don't know how it was worded, but if you would like your child to come in to school, contact the office and they can do school at MSA. A parent contacted me, they called the office and the office didn't know that that was a change. And are you prepared for a large group of kids to show up? Because I was thinking of sending my child because he's not doing so well at home. So.
Thanks for the questions, Jennifer. We can update the guidance about attendance. It's tough because with Omicron, some people are testing negative for quite a while before they finally test positive, and they could be contagious. So it is tough, and some people don't have access to tests, and so sending kids to school not knowing they're sick. So it is tough, but we can definitely look at it. In terms of that guidance or that news that we put out today, we just really found out today that we have to offer an in-person option. And so it was late in the day when we put it out, and we didn't have time to be fully prepared for what that would look like. But What it will look like is that we will have a licensed teacher here who can supervise kids on distance learning. Probably have to do it in the Great Hall. They still are going to be doing their distance learning. We're not going to have somebody here who can teach all subjects and try to do that. So that's what it will look like. Kids who live in South Washington County, we will try to get them busing. That can only be our normal hours, so it can't be shortened. So it's either feast or famine with that. Otherwise, kids who don't live within the boundaries, families would have to get them here. And so we can't start this right away tomorrow because we have to do some scrambling, but we can start it on Wednesday. So yeah, we're just in the process of sort of taking names and getting back to people tomorrow because it just evolved at the tail end of the day.
Jeff, sorry, Jeff, is it a quick one?
Yeah, it was a quick question, and I think Cecilia answered it. It was the busing. I just wanted to make sure that there was an option, although by the time you do all the planning, I mean, it's tough, right? I mean, we're already at Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. By the time we put it all in place, with luck, we'll actually be back in school on Monday. So.
But we can understand, especially with families where there isn't an adult home during the day, or, even if they are home during the day, but they're teenagers and they're not listening. Maybe they'll do better here. I don't know. We'll try.
All right, I'm gonna move us along on to the next one, if that's all right. So thanks for the update, Cecilia, and taking the time to go through that. So item number 10, chair's report. I have two topics on there. One was the special meeting, which we've talked a little bit about. I just wanted to make sure that the community was aware. We called for a special meeting. We had some questions come up. The open meeting laws require that we post those and we bring the board together so we don't do decisions that are not public. So we had a meeting on January 6th, kind of a snap meeting, if you will, as quick as we could do it. One question was, would we entertain a part-time executive director? So that was a question we hadn't really anticipated. The board decided that we would prefer that this position be full-time. So we clarified that it'll be a 1 FTE equivalent for the position. We did approve some additional funding, as Eric mentioned in the motion. So that was basically just saying, hey, we've got a number of candidates in. If we wanted to extend the opening period to give a few more folks that were on the fence some time to think about it. So we approved another $2,000 to place job placement ads or what have you in the different trade posts. So we did do that. And then we had a discussion, I just made a mention here, we had a discussion and clarification on board versus admin roles. So some of the things, the changes that were happening as of late, questions were coming up. Is that an admin discussion about whether that should be board, the board should be involved. So it was a healthy discussion about what are the different lanes between the administration and the board. So we took some of those, and I think some of those will come up in our discussion in decision section 12. The last one is on the remote meeting format. We've been now doing it here for a couple of hours, but thank you so much for bearing with us as we've kind of pivoted this week. We very much hope that we'll be back in person again next week, but we kind of had to make a call last week when we weren't sure where we were going to be. The call was made in a cautious and a conservative approach to just put it on distance because we could still do distance whether we were in person or not. So that's why we did a distance virtual one. So thanks for hanging with us on YouTube and those of you on Zoom. So that's it for me. Quick chair's report. Any questions? Then I will move us to subcommittees. Again, for the sake of time, right now I'm proposing that if there's any questions on a board subcommittee, we could talk about those. I won't go through line by line. We will have to go through the board committees because those ones are board committees and we need to approve the financials. So I guess any questions on any of the subcommittees we want to cover? Anything you saw in notes, concerns, questions? I'm seeing a hand raised, a real hand raised, not virtual. Michelle, go ahead.
Sorry, I was trying to spazzily click the reactions thing, but it wasn't working well. When it comes to elections, it's more of a comment. I had a student group ask me about the potential of having an additional student representative, whether or not we'd be amenable to altering the bylaws to have a second ex officio student representative to have a additional student voice. And the question became, when were the elections going to occur this spring? In the past, student council has, sometimes student council kind of helped get that rolling, but then we shifted it to coincide a little bit more with the other elections. So I just kind of wanted to get gauge from the elections committee, and I don't know whether you met or anything about just when or if you want student council to facilitate that election this year or no, and about when did you want that to happen?
So I guess I'm currently the chair for that committee. We haven't actually started talking about that yet. The only conversation that has been made is I will be rerunning for a position. So I will have to hand off the committee because the conflict of interest. Sandy has volunteered to take that up. So that will most likely, well, I will leave it open, but someone can take that up. We'll probably talk about that next month. But I do like the idea of maybe getting a second student representative. Maybe we can do a middle schooler and a high school or something like that to get some more diversity in different age groups.
Eric, you had a question?
I had a couple of comments on communications advisory committee notes, if that's okay. Is this the time to discuss it?
Yeah, but I don't know if anyone else is on it because Maggie's not here tonight, but make the comments so they're publicly noted and then we.
Yes, I'll make the comments so they're publicly known. I had an ask for any minutes to use full names instead of first name and last initial, just so that it's clearly identified who's in the committee, because I don't know all of the names and it'd be nice to know who all of those names are. So just general for minutes, maybe we could do that. Small thing, but in the profile, my name is spelled wrong with a C, it should be a K. And then in the profile, I would recommend we move the vision, mission, and values to the top of the profile versus the bottom. So starting the communication with our vision, mission, and values versus having them at the very bottom of the profile. I really like the profile. I just thought that would be best to be at the top to start with our vision, mission, and values. That's all I had.
Very good, thank you. Michelle virtual hand this time. Go ahead. Oh, it's still mute.
Slightly better mousing. Not all the way. I wanted to know with regard to policy, as board members, are you okay with me divvying up additional policies that are not mandatory review, but just that we should be looking at? If there's a policy that has had no updates since 2015, it might not need any, but I mean, are you okay with me adding those additionally, even if it's just, if there's no update, so it's not technically a consent agenda, but just that we are actually reading all the policies?
Yeah.
Or is that too
No, please
much
do.
of a burden?
So I have a separate list, right? We can either update that list, or if you're comfortable, you can just add on additional ones when we make the agenda proposal. Either way, it's fine for me.
Okay.
Yep. I think let's do that. That's part of that was feedback for me, is to spend more time on policies. So I got to do that. And then as a board, it is our job. So let's do it. Yeah. Good. I'm going to move to committees. Then we have academics. Questions, comments for Michelle? Okay. The finance one, we do have minutes, and then we also have the approval, but let's start with the minutes. Questions?
I'm going to start off with an update to the board. Because at the special meeting, the motion was to approve up to $2,000 to be added to that budget. We settled on $1,800.
Okay. Thank you. And Eric, was your question on the minutes or on the financials?
On the minutes.
Okay, let's go back to the minutes.
Okay, I had a question under the line of credit. I guess I don't know what page it is. You said we have a line of credit that we have not touched for a few years. Bergen is asking us to renew it for emergency. Although we have a lot of cash on hand, that one stopped me because I feel like a lot of our discussions are around pinching and using COVID funds and this amazing but really not stipend for teachers that were being discussed. And yet it says we have a lot of cash on hand. So I saw that, I'm like, tell me more about that, please, because
okay, actually that would have been covered by some of the training I was going to cover. So
okay.
While we have cash on hand, part of it can't be spent because of our bond covenants. part of it is money that's left over from past years, and we can't dig too deeply into it unless we have really good reasoning to do it. So, like, we get so much money every year, which is our budgeted revenues. We can go over that and tap into our cash reserves. But if we dig too far, it might trigger deeper investigations and examinations from the state or fed, to make sure that to explain why we overspent our budget so much. So we have plenty of cash to cover things. We can't unfortunately dig too deep into it without good reasonings.
Can we dig deeper than we do today?
We already have approved to go over our budget and have a deficit this year.
35,000 or something is what our deficit is.
At one point, I think it was like 100,000. We have gotten it down to 35. So again, we could go over, but there's certain things they're not going to be if we have a deficit and we pay large stipends, digging even deeper into a deficit, they might not like that. Historically, school boards have been ripe for misusing funds, so we just have to be very careful how we spend them and how we document they're being spent.
Yes, I guess my question would just be then, how can we better facilitate? Maybe your training will cover this, so maybe I'll wait for my question for next month, but opportunities for executive directors and boards to be intentional in how we build out our workforce going forward and leverage the funds that are available to us to ensure we're doing so.
Cecilia, you had a question?
I'll just say Cody did a really great job with that question. And the only thing I would add is that knowing more about what those bond ratings are affected by and not affected by, would allow us to make some decisions about, do we always need to operate so lean? So Bergen can help us, our contracted business manager can help us understand what those parameters are and what those limits are and kind of how often we can go to the well, essentially. But it's nice to have that large fund balance, but it's also not good to operate overly lean if we don't always have to.
Good. Can I move us to the financial statements? And we need to approve the financials. So I guess can I get a motion to approve the financials?
I will motion to approve the financial statements.
Second.
This is Sandy. I'll second it.
Thank you, Sandy. So first for discussion, I just wanted to say, and if I missed these before, then shame on me, but I was really impressed with the dashboard I'm sharing here. For me, this is so much easier to see than all the numbers page after page. So I know that that's a financial statement, but when I can see these charts, it was like, okay, I can see trends. I can see we're doing good. I can see where there's opportunities. So anyways, if this is new, let's keep doing it. If I missed it before, then let's pretend I saw them all the time. So,
likewise, because I really, really liked it too, Dan. And actually, I think, Cody, if you've been able to do your training before, the bond covenant, I love the way that this looks over time and how we're seeing some of those trends. So I look forward to the training.
Yeah.
And those are new this month. So
good. It's the first time I've seen them.
Yeah, those are new. So I will. I wasn't going to cover them because I only had 15 minutes today. If we could schedule maybe a half hour, I can dig into what those mean as well.
Yeah, I noticed those too. They were nice.
Good. Michelle, question, comment?
Just a real quick question. This is another one where we're approving two different things. So are we having two separate motions or is this a single motion? My preference is two, just to make sure like above board each has their own thing, but I just want to make sure we're consistent.
No, let's do the first financial statements. Good question. So any other questions, comments for Cody on these ones? I did notice, I made a comment, we lost a student. Is that, I don't know. So we lost some revenue there.
We lost a few students.
Okay. And maybe, I don't know if that's a question for you, Cecilia, or do we know what was the reason for leaving?
Yeah, we had some families one family with 3 students move. One is young enough to replace, so we have an 8th grade opening, but the others were high school students that we don't usually replace at this time of year in high school.
Okay.
So it's unfortunate. COVID has really done a number on enrollment. You know, it's just not been typical.
Yeah. Other questions? Otherwise, we have a motion already, seconded, so I'm going to do roll call for approval. Jennifer Bartle,
Yes.
Michelle Krakowski,
Yes.
Maggie Burgraff's absent, Eric Fair,
Yes.
Annie Cardenas, sorry,
Yes.
Cody Schneep,
Yes.
Jeff Eng,
Yes.
Sandy Overson,
Yes.
and Dan Ellingson, yes, so motion passes. Great. So then we had the second one, which is the supplemental. Can I get a motion to approve the financial supplemental?
I will motion to approve them.
I will second. This is Annie Cardenas.
Great. Any discussion on this one?
That's what we're used to seeing without the graphs.
Yeah. All the numbers, right?
So Cody, why was this presented as a supplemental?
Those are always presented, but we usually just vote them as one.
Okay, so no particular reason this month it was separate.
They're in the board packet. They're when we were doing the paper ones, they're always just, one after the other. You probably thought they were one document.
That's why. Okay.
Okay, no, that's good. I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing a change that was made by
Nope.
Bergen.
And so, in my mind, since these are supplements to the financials, it was all one document and one motion. So, if in the future we want to do them as one motion, that's what we have been doing in the past. Just paperwork wise, they are 2 different files.
Yeah. I think in the future we can make it more clear. We'll approve both of these. Yeah. Thanks for the clarification. So any other question? Then I'm going to go back to roll call. So Jennifer Bartle,
Yes.
Michelle Krakowski,
Yes.
Maggie's absent, Eric Fair,
Yes.
Annie Cardenas,
Yes.
Schneep,
Yes.
Jeff Eng,
Yes.
Sandy Overson,
Yes.
and Dan Ellingson, yes. So motion passes, so approved. Now, process check. We're moving into kind of a bigger section. I'm going to recommend like a 5-minute break. Would you guys tend to agree?
Yes, please.
10 minutes.
Okay, I can do 10 minutes.
Cody, you're young. What do you need an extra 5?
How many minutes?
Us
Wait a
old
minute.
ones can get business done in 5. What's wrong with you?
We'll talk fast when we come back. How about no?
Okay, how many minutes is this?
We'll say 8:10. Because how about 9 minutes?
9 minutes it is. Okay, 8:10. All right.
I bet you're thinking, wait a minute, I'm the first one back, huh, Cody? After giving you so much grief.
I needed more than 5 minutes. I didn't maybe need all 10.
I'm teasing you.
I just had dinner in like 6 minutes. That was amazing.
Impressive. Impressive. I got a snack and some more water. I'm still, I left it live on YouTube just so everyone has to worry. One more minute. We'll get started. Oh, it looks like, yeah, okay. We'll give Michelle another minute. That's one of the perks of the remote one, Eric, is that you get a chance to eat. I know when we do the one in person, you got to kind of get some snacks on the side, right? Great.
Yeah, that is nice. And I grab a cup of coffee or a beverage. Keep me going. Just to be clear, this is San Pellegrino when I talk about a beverage.
I saw an aluminum can. I didn't want to judge. Eric.
No judgment, Eric.
Figured I should clarify anyways.
I assume it was bubble water. I am getting some feedback though. I don't know. It could be me too. Why don't we go ahead and get started? I have 8:10, Jennifer, so we came back into session. I have number 12, which was consent agenda, nothing this month, but I left it in the agenda just so I don't miss it next month. So that's just a blank. So if you guys are okay, I have forecasted 100 minutes for discussion and decision. So it's a little bit after 8, let's say 9:30. If we do a good job, we can try to do better, but we have a number of topics to cover. So why don't we just go ahead and get started. 13AI. So we have discussion and decision, administration update with the board. We've already talked through a number of these topics, so maybe it won't be as long as we have forecasted. But the first one on here is the new class schedule. So maybe Cecilia, you're welcome to give a preamble, but I think you've talked through it already. Or do you want us to ask questions? What's the best way to go through this?
I wouldn't mind sharing 2 brief bullets with you and
Yep.
then have you ask questions. As I noted in my report, we determined that the existing schedule is really a barrier to MSA's ability to meet its strategic priorities for all the reasons I mentioned. And after a scheduling task force, multiple information meetings and discussions, over 77% of teachers voted to change the existing schedule, and over 60% of teachers chose the 8/2 block. So I can take questions. And I have Dr. Hinton here with me if I need help.
Cecilia, will you tell us how many staff and teachers we have, how many voted, and then what the categories are that they voted for? What were the questions and what were the results?
Yes. Yep, give me a second.
While you're putting that together, I'm also interested in hearing the parents voting. I know that there was a survey that went out, but the questions weren't really, do you want it? Do you not want it? It was more, what are you excited about? So it wasn't really, so if you could talk about that too.
Sure. On the teacher survey, so when we look at there were a couple of EAs who voted and 1 office person, but otherwise of the votes, 30 out of 34 teachers voted. And so, and the results were 60% chose the 8/2 block. We asked them, do you want a schedule change I think I'm gonna look at the survey really quick and share with you. So we asked them to pick their schedule preference, the current schedule, a new 7-period hybrid schedule that's similar to our current schedule, only would offer a prep period to teachers every day, because not one of our teachers has a prep period every day in a week. And the third option was a block schedule. So 80% of staff did not choose the current schedule. And then what did I say? 77% voted to change the existing schedule and 60% chose the block. So that was the first question, schedule preference.
What were the numbers though?
Hang on a sec, Sandy.
35,
The second question
35, I
was,
think answered it.
yep, the second question was, I support providing a science-focused pathway for all students. And more than 60% of staff, 67% voted in favor of providing a science-focused pathway for students. The number of people, when we break down teachers, 30 out of 34 teachers voted. So almost every teacher voted.
How many voted though for the changes? What number of teachers voted for the changes?
I have the percentage here. I don't have the numbers. We'll can get it in a second here. In the meantime, to make this not go too fast, I'll tell you about the parents. Yes, Jennifer, we did not want to ask parents to vote on a change when they don't know much about it. So we just shared a little bit with them that we could share. We're planning to make a schedule change and planning to introduce these pathways, shared a tiny bit, but we knew we couldn't share enough in a survey to really fully inform them. You could see the number of questions that came in tonight. This is very complicated, very detailed. So we just wanted to sort of take their pulse, and we had such good input, way better participation than we have on the survey to evaluate me or anything like that. We had a ton of parents participate in a very short period of time, and they were overwhelmingly positive, even though I had a lot of questions and a lot of misperceptions. So we knew the things we needed to address. All right, I'm getting the numbers from Dr.
voted for block.
18 voted for block, 7 voted for current, 5 voted for the new hybrid, which would be a 7-period day, but adding a prep period. So that's the numbers. The other thing, I really want to stress is that the block period instruction allows so much more differentiated instruction than we have in a 47-minute class period. And the other thing that you heard about losing instructional time, that's really a myth, because when we transition kids from one 47-minute class to another 47-minute class for 7 periods in a day, we lose a ton of instruction time at the beginning and end of every class, and the transition time between buildings. So limiting some of that transition by having longer class periods gives us the same amount of instructional time if you really consider how long it takes to transition. We have a ton of tardies this year. We also have kids who are very quick to pack up their things and sit there and not do anything. So there's a lot to be taken into account, not just sort of the simple look at instructional minutes.
Do you have any hard numbers on that? Like, did you calculate the amount of incremental in class time moving to block if you don't have those transition times?
I don't have that.
Real data.
Yep, I don't have. We did some rough calculation on the parent meeting, but I don't actually have that.
Is he asking about the transition time?
Transition time, like lost instructional time, not lost instructional time.
So I can do that, but I think we basically would gain roughly 30 minutes a day.
In instructional time? So
I
Dr.
mean, overall, with it's not wasted for, less time in transition.
So we believe that we can actually gain 30 instructional minutes in a day by not wasting additional transition time. So not
So
losing instructional time.
with 7 periods versus what the new block would be 4 periods a day, right? So it's really
4 periods, and then how many minutes for an advisory every day?
How many minutes for advisory every day?
Well, we haven't determined
We haven't
that,
determined that yet.
but that's not
Yep.
non-instructional time.
And I think that's not non-instructional time, and that is instructional time, but it is a 5th period essentially. Yeah.
And does
But
that
it does
time
take-
also include, oh, I'm sorry, Sandy.
Oh, no, please.
In a block, you have to have a mid-block break, like something to like kids stand up and stretch, usually like 5-10 minutes. So that tends to eat up the time that you gain from pacing.
Yeah, those stretch breaks are not 5-10 minutes. You can usually do a 1 minute, many different 1 minute things. Also, teaching in a block, Michelle's making a face. Teaching in a block has a lot more movement. Now, one issue that we have is some of our classrooms are not big enough for a lot of movement. So we are challenged until we get a new building in some of those small classrooms for getting that much interaction and movement. But I have been in many block classes where there's a pretty quick, stand up, wiggle your toes kind of thing, and make a transition. So we're not doing as much sit and get. It's not 80 minutes of sit and get. This is well-planned, differentiated instruction.
another quick
Getting
question
back
on
to
the. Go ahead.
Go
Jeff,
ahead, Eric.
sorry. All right. Well, I'll make it quick because another question I had was 60% said yes to this block. That means 40% said no. It's pretty close to 50-50 on that, right? Or 40% said either current or whatever that hybrid was. I guess my question was, was there any like free text comments from the teachers, or was it really just a 1 through 5 or a yes or no to provide some context on the answers?
There were
So
2 questions, and it was more of a yes or no without any feedback, and not very much time to process it.
Right, except we've been discussing this since September, so there's been plenty of time. And we had a staff meeting before we went out for the vote to answer staff questions, and we also had a document where teachers submitted questions and we answered all the questions in the document. So we did a lot of legwork.
I get just a quick comment from me. I mean, it's a little bit hard for me to follow because I feel like, we have put in place an administration to help figure out how to solve some of these issues for us. The administration's come back and said, here's the way we want to do it, right? And so now we have questions, which I think are fine and fair. I think the parents have questions and the teachers have questions, and we should have a time where we can ask questions to make sure we're not blindly going down the road. But at the same time, we are trusting the administration to say, here's how we're going to solve the issues that the community has brought to us, the teachers have brought to us, the board has asked us to address. And this is a proposal. My understanding is this is a pilot proposal we want to see if we can do. I don't think we should take our schedule change lightly, right? Because it is going to impact a lot of things. But at the same time, I feel like just because I don't want to say just because it's different, but because it's different, we have questions, how's this going to work? How's that going to work? But we're also paying the administration that we put in place to do that for us, right? So I guess it would be easier for you. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. It'd be easier to leave the schedule as is, and don't change anything and then just continue with the problems we have. What I'm hearing is we are trying to propose a new solution that frees up some other, opportunities for us to address additional classes, some of the problems that we have with not enough work time or what have you. But I'm not hearing a lot of, I guess I'm just hearing people concerned with change, not necessarily, but I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something here too, because I don't want to spend a long, let's say we could talk for an hour over whether the admin should do this or the board should do this, or it should be a teacher popular vote. I would disagree that it should be a teacher popular vote. I would just put that out there. I think the teachers should be addressed. It's an administrative decision. That's in my opinion. The administration is the one who decides how do we administer the school. And they take into account the constituencies, all of the teachers and students and staff, and even the thoughts of the board. But the admin is the one that's supposed to do this one. So I think it's good that we're having discussion and conversation, but I'm struggling with, are we going to undo, are we as a board going to overreach, in my opinion, and come in and say, no, it should be 72 minutes. I don't think that's our place. I think we need to listen to what, everyone has to say, but let the admin do the admin job. That's my thoughts. I don't know, others agree, disagree. Now's a great time.
Well, we have a couple hands up, and I'll probably be one after everyone.
Jeff, I think
Yeah. Actually, I'd like to speak here because you stated a couple of great things here. But I actually came up with a somewhat different conclusion. And let's just start. I mean, I've been vocal about not having a strategic plan. And we went through that session, and I did not believe that we came out with a strategic plan. Now, we did come up with strategic priorities, and that's a great thing. But that's getting us like a third of the way there, maybe a quarter if we're lucky, because we did absolutely no external research. So we couldn't have completed the plan. And we're supposed to complete the plan, but we never did. So if all this discussion started in September, we essentially started that discussion without an organizational assessment and no strategic plan. Fill it in now and say it meets our strategic plan. That's like, I mean, that's a circular argument that everything looks good if you have no plan. Everything looks good if you have no strategy. And it would be nice to work on the foundation and the infrastructure, which we in fact did say we wanted to do. So I would suggest for conversation here that we approached it backwards. Absolutely backwards. No strategy, weak strategy. I mean, I'm looking at the strategic priorities. Oh my gosh, I could propose 20 different things that are bad for the school that would actually fit under these strategic priorities. They're so vague. And we were charged with, the board was charged with expanding those so we can kind of understand our direction. Because with that, then we can discuss whether what we're doing here meets those objectives. But I see no objectives. So to say, and I'm not just saying, we shouldn't trust. I mean, I love that. I mean, we need those ideas. Change is hard. But I really don't have anything to base this on because we haven't had those basic discussions. And then when you talk about information, I mean, let's be honest. I have received no information about this as a board member until I asked for the information and I received it. Thank you. But look at the board packet. There's no information. There's no document that actually itemizes some of the things that I think might be critical to this decision. And when we poll these people and involve these people, the information keeps changing because we're building it, and that's great. But we can't build it as we walk, and it's like building a bridge as we walk on it. It just does not feel comfortable yet. And I'm trying to digest all this information in literally a day. And there's a lot, as you've mentioned. It's complex. So in doing my research, I find plenty of research that also says block scheduling is not great for everyone. There are benefits to it. So now we have to decide whether the benefits work to MSA's favor. So I'm going to cut right there. I do have more comments, but I will reserve that for some of the other topics that I'm sure will come up.
No, I think that's.
Oh, and by the way, one of the things I do want to know is, apparently someone mentioned, I apologize, I wasn't able to make the parent meeting last Thursday. We can't agree on how minutes are shortened. Aside from the transition time, I get the comments there, but we can't even seem to agree on how many minutes, the calculated minutes, the new block schedule actually reduces. And it could be it could be as high as 52 minutes per 2-week cycle. Now you could try to explain it away with all these gains that we make, and I get that, and that's great. But we can't even seem to understand what that number is. which is kind of concerning to me because it didn't seem like anyone bothered to calculate that number. So what is that number?
No, I'll just say thanks, Jeff, for the passion. I appreciate. I think we're all trying to do what's right for the school, and I think that's what's great about this board is we're all coming from different angles and trying to poke at the plan. We should keep the comments open and honest, feedback coming in. Cody, I saw you had a hand up.
I just want to draw two pieces of information or things that were brought at the open forum. It sounds like the block schedules and Project Lead the Way were not favorable options for the 20-some students that signed their open forum letter. And since we ultimately are doing everything here for their benefit, I think that's a huge group we need to get feedback from. And another thing pointed out is, are the interim admin team making these decisions, or are they making recommendations for the permanent director to implement when they take over?
I have just a couple things too. First of all, I just got to set my heart out there. I've heard this from a couple people, including you tonight, Dan, that, we're afraid of, some of us, we're afraid of change. Nothing that happened last year with me should ever give you the feeling I'm afraid of change. That was a very, very hard year. And we had to do things had to get done. And I'm still here. And so I need to tell you that's something that's not true about me. I'm not afraid of change. And it's been told to me. You've said it to Michelle, you've said it to, this is not a fear of change.
Oh, sorry, Annie. I wasn't picking anyone in particular.
No. I just want to, but I know I'm not getting angry. It's not angry. It's telling you my heart right here.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. So the other thing is, it did come on pretty quick. I guess I'm a little nervous about that myself. I like Project Lead the Way. That's a great program myself. I've made that very clear to everybody. I was gone for 3 days in bereavement last week. I had no idea what was going on. I knew we were to take a poll. I didn't know about the poll. I couldn't take the poll because I guess it closed on Friday morning so it was just quick. Makes me nervous when stuff's quick. This is a major shift. This is my worry, 2 worries. Major shift in an already very difficult year under an interim director. I do feel safer if we could wait till we had somebody permanently to make this kind of shift. It's not going to go away. If this is something that's going to help us, it's not going to go away. Secondly, I don't know where the sustainability money is coming from for this. I understand COVID's money is being spent to set it up, but would love to see financials on what does this look like as for the sustainability of this in the future. That I just need to know. That's not taking anything away from the admin making decision. That's part of our duty to be fiscally sound on the board. And so that's just and I still haven't got a decision. How does this look 1 year, 2 years? How are we funding this? I don't know. I know the premise is we're going to actually have high schoolers stay, and I hope that's it. But so it's a big risk. I'm really careful. So that's just my decision. What I love about the administration is they're not afraid to make a decision. And by God, they're not afraid. That I can tell you right now is the biggest asset that we have right now with all of them. But also it isn't all them, Dan. We are a teacher paired charter school. We've never been top down ever. You and Eric has said things like that. Oh, they get the house, they decide. Well, I'm telling you, that's never how we've been. And I know, it was when I was at public schools at Hastings or when I was over at, Park High. Yeah, that's how it run, but that's not how we've ever run. So, I don't know. Maybe you all feel like, well, I've heard this before too. You're kind of one of the older ones. This has just been recent. What can I say? That's it.
No, thanks for sharing, Annie. Any other questions, comments on the school, what do we call it? New class schedule?
I think I just have one more thing to say. When I look at the climate survey that came in December, areas for improvement shared by the majority is effective communication. And I think one of the themes that's coming up tonight is the communication. And I would say either the speed or lack of communication that's happened. I did actually listen in on the meeting last week about all of this, and am concerned that we don't have the real data, that we're looking at, not just the minutes on one side, but that means additional curriculum and teaching time required of the teachers on the flip side, because those minutes are no longer in transition, they're actually in teaching. So how are both of those, whether the communication is, or whether it's the right decision or not, the right thing at the wrong time is still the wrong thing. And the perception right now, I don't feel is in a place where it's the right time. And that's my concern. And as a parent representative, hearing all of the open forum letters today, gives me pause to think through, okay, there's genuine concern that's happening in the community right now. What does that mean? And what's my role as a board member in supporting some of those concerns? So I'm wrestling with that right now, to be totally honest.
Great, good. Cecilia, you've been biting your tongue, I think, with all the different comments. So I guess one question I have for you, and then I think I'm totally open to you having some feedback with the different thoughts, but do we need to make a decision now in order to, what do we need to do? Because if you're proposing as the administration, here's the solutions that you have thought through in place, and are there more questions? Yes, there will always be more questions that we have some more to follow up on, but do we need to make a decision tonight to help support the administration in making this change? Or to say time out, we need some more information or something? Where are we at with the timing on that?
Well, if we don't decide tonight on the schedule and on Project Lead the Way, they can be two separate things. We won't have any choice but moving forward with the current schedule and the current course offerings, which are sadly lacking in science for a school with science in its name, and sadly lacking in any cohesive approach to electives. So that's something to keep in mind. I will tell you, if I had known our schedule when I was interviewing for this job, I wouldn't have taken the job, because there is no way that I can be successful and no way that I can help us meet our goals without the teachers having a prep time every day and more time for meeting and collaborating and training. So if we don't at least approve moving to an 8/2 schedule, I got to think any administrator or any potential candidate who is watching this board meeting would run fast away. So you do need to understand there's absolutely no way we can meet our strategic plan without a schedule change. The feedback from students, getting into Project Lead the Way, the feedback from students has been we don't have enough electives. And there's, this is one well-researched, engaging way to get more electives without giving up anything. It doesn't take away any of the classes we have. So I don't want to go, there's more we can talk about in Project Lead the Way, and we're not on that part yet, but we kind of bled into it because they go together.
Yeah, and maybe that was a fault of mine because they do kind of go together. Because I did have a question on that one, if I could, just to kind of move us along a little bit to maybe making a decision.
One more thing though, Dan, about the comments from before. I just need to say that I am offended by Jeff's comments. We are going to go over draft SMART goals for the strategic plan later in this presentation, and to say that there isn't an assessment of the organization, or to say we don't know, there's no strategy, that really means that you have administrators without a brain, and I have to say that's not true. So now I'll take your question, Dan.
Actually, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, but I'm just looking at the information presented to me, and I didn't mean to be that sharp. That is my fault. I'm sorry for that. But I'm just looking at the information presented to me, and I mean, we're talking about SMART goals, and that's good that we do it now. But just the whole timing and how this was developed, it just did not seem like it followed that process. So that was my observation. So sorry about that.
So, yeah, thank you, Jeff, for the clarification. I would say we, on Project Lead the Way was kind of new to me. I don't know when I first heard it, but I would also agree. It seemed like it came quick. The schedule change came a little quick. The Project Lead the Way came a little quick. And I'm not saying that is a bad thing. It's just, it also takes me a little bit of time to see what is it that we're proposing. And the question that I had on Project Lead the Way was some of the feedback from the parents was this is available at other places. So my question to you is this really enough? I know it's hard for us to stomach a change like this. I'm hearing a lot of pushback, and I'm not in any particular person, but I'm hearing pushback for change, which is normal. But is it far enough? Because we want to be this innovative school. And if we're kind of copying a program that they can get at other school districts, is that enough to deliver against the vision that we want for MSA for the next 5-10 years?
Yeah, I don't think it's enough, but it's something to start with, and something kind of easier to start with than creating something completely on our own that provides some cohesiveness. You know, one of the concerns is that people see this as a middle school and then they leave for high school, right? And we really need a strategy to keep high schoolers. So the idea is to paint a cohesive picture of what that pathway looks like. We would be doing Project Lead the Way somewhat different than our neighbors because we would make it open to every kid, where our neighbors make it a selection process, an application process. But is it enough? No, it's actually not enough. We need to do more as we move forward. And in order to become the big school that we're trying to become, we actually do have to look at innovation, which I know Jeff's a fan of, and we need time to create that together with staff. And I come back to the fact that we don't have time to create anything with staff because we don't have any meeting time with them. So it's a super basic need, the scheduling need. But we do have to tell kids pretty soon what their choices are going to be. So we can't really delay a decision. I agree, Project Lead the Way came what seems like fast. The schedule change has been discussed a lot, and Project Lead the Way kind of has been a piece of that, but you know, we can definitely get you more information, but this is what we have tonight.
Eric, I think you started a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I think, at least for me personally, any hesitancy that you hear in my voice tonight has nothing to do with my desire to change. So I just want to make sure that that's clarified. I have no resistance to change whatsoever. What I have is the desire to properly represent a parent's point of view, you know, based upon the information that we have, but also to understand the data. You know, if we've learned one thing over the last couple of years is that everybody has data and everybody thinks their data is accurate, and not all data is accurate and not all data is relevant, but there is somewhere in there a nugget of truth that everybody can agree to. So when we look at, and I don't remember exactly, Dr. Hinton, when you were talking about this in the meeting last week, because the new class schedule and Project Lead the Way kind of blend together, but you mentioned coming back with some data or some statistics around benchmarking or other, I don't know if it was other schools or what is some of the outcomes of schools that have had block schedules or some of the Project Lead the Way stuff that has happened. When are we going to see that? You know, I want data. I trust experience. I absolutely trust experience, but trust but verify. Who was it that said that? Was it Ronald Reagan? Trust but verify. I trust, but I want to know. Was it not Ronald Reagan? Okay, I don't remember who said it, but trust but verify. I want to know the data. I want to understand those baseline pieces from proven data sources that are statistically significant and relevant for Math and Science Academy specifically, that shows this will be progressive.
So I apologize. Jeff asked for some of the research over the weekend, and we sent him some, and I should have just sent it to all of you. I can do it right as soon as we get through this discussion. I don't know what else to tell you. I think there are a lot of questions about Project Lead the Way. You have a lot of good questions. It's a complicated thing. We have been, trying to answer questions as they come and move forward with the million other things we have on our plate. We really wanted to have something that is known to be engaging and hands-on, to offer something new and exciting to our students. A lot of parents are very excited. We had student meetings over Zoom last week, and a lot of students are excited. Um, this offers courses designed to engage students in authentic application of science and real life college and career readiness. So what I'm saying is, if we don't pick this, we do need to be doing something exciting and innovative and different, and also more electives. And it's really hard to approach it from a patchwork frame of mind and have it make an impression on families. Right now, we're just taking who's got a prep period, who can think of something to teach. It's okay, but we're trying to be that growth mindset, that growth. And so it's time for us to be more strategic about what we're offering. We thought that this would be a great fit.
Does Project Lead the Way require or is designed for block scheduling, or how's that work?
It does. It wouldn't work in a 47-minute class period. I'm looking at Dr. Hinton here.
So the big thing is, the reason why the Project Lead the Way is attached to the block is because we have 7 periods right now. If we add Project Lead the Way and don't add a period, then we lose something. We can't.
Okay. So I don't know if you could hear Dr. Hinton, but right now we have a 7-period day, and then we have this rotation. So essentially this 4/2 block, look at my scheduling jargon, allows us to really have 8 periods, because you have periods 1 through 4 on day 1, and then you have periods 5 through 8 on day 2. That's the only way to add Project Lead the Way and not lose anything that we have. So it's that, and then the hands-on nature of the curriculum is that you would really mess that up by trying to do it in a 47-minute class period.
Because I have a feel that there's some schools that probably do, but you're just saying that's not optimal, so that's not a good way to go.
It's not optimal, and we don't want to lose the great things we have. Our science department is excited about this, but they don't want to give up on any of the science they're teaching, and of course they wouldn't. And we don't want to give up on our other great classes, including the time for other electives.
Maybe Cody, have you commented on this topic yet? Go ahead.
These ideas sound very promising. And I know we've talked a lot about the strategic plan. One thing I haven't heard mentioned is the strategic plan covers 3 years. And I feel like I understand this change, or this is a big change, and we are operating within a COVID year. We don't even know what the rest of the school year is going to look like. We don't know what next year is going to start off with. I really think we should take this recommendation and put it in a box for the permanent admin team to look at over the summer and during the next school year for implementation for year 2 of our strategic, or I guess, yeah, during year 2 of the strategic plan for implementation.
I just would say that we have a perfect storm right now of COVID funds, which can be used to provide the teacher training needed for Project Lead the Way, but also the teacher training that all of our teachers will need to training and planning time to reconfigure their curriculum so that it works better in a block schedule. So we wanted to leverage this COVID funding to do that training now. And if we wait, we wouldn't have the money to pay teachers, to modify their curriculum. So we really wanted to maximize the opportunity The other thing is the COVID funding is asking us to implement evidence-based practices to mitigate the effects of the pandemic on kids. And there's research to show that, first of all, Project Lead the Way has a lot of good outcomes. So there's that. But the engaging nature of Project Lead the Way, and then just back up, even if you don't want to think only about Project Lead the Way and want to think about the whole schedule proposal, to have a block schedule where teachers have time to plan together and collaborate together and look at student data together is the only way we will meet our goals, our strategic goals that you have and our vision and mission. We cannot treat teachers like factory workers, and we cannot have such limited time to collaborate and plan together and have training during the school day and expect to get anywhere. And sooner or later, that will start to affect our test scores. It's already affecting our test scores for certain kids, for kids of color. And sooner or later, it'll start to affect our waiting lists and our enrollment. We have to be able to keep on performing high, and we can't do it with the current schedule.
Did I see any other questions, or did they? Okay, Sandy, I think you had your hand up at one time. So, oh, yep. I'm sorry, yellow. Okay, see.
That's all right. All right. I'm concerned about keeping the PSEO students because they get a set schedule, and they're more likely to go 100% PSEO if they're switching every week is going to be 1 day, 2 day, and then 1 day, 2 day, 1 day, and it's not going to be consistent. So that'll affect it. I feel like the block schedule needs, from the studies that I've looked at, and I think that have been quoted, need at least a 2-year planning schedule to plan it, which would lead to what Cody said of recommending it, but not implementing it. And I think the money lasts until August of 23. So we'd still have a chance if the permanent director feels it's important. I feel like even though the music department likes this, I feel like the other electives, whether it's humanities, history, fine ed, music, they get affected by it. And some of the electives that we've offered, like Annie, you could speak more to that, the science electives, like the food one and stuff. They were offered, but then there wasn't enough students to take it. I feel like just the overall of the block schedule is just rushed, and the learning gap that we have, all schools, the learning gap has increased over the COVID, but MSA has, of course, we always want to improve it and work on it, but we have a better or a lower gap than the majority of schools anywhere. Thank you. That's it. That's what I have to say.
Maybe can I, Michelle, I don't know if you've commented on this one there, and then I'm just a little conscious of time here because we're still on the first one of our big discussion section. So I'm wondering if Michelle and anyone else, I don't know, and then we can go to like a final statement from, sounds like it looks like Kate and Cecilia, and then we can decide how we want to proceed with this one, if we want to make a motion and take a vote or what have you. So maybe Michelle, can I propose you? Last comments? Still mute.
So just a kind of a couple of questions, and I know that we have some feedback from students and families that they're yes on the block schedule and yes on Project Lead the Way, and some that are no on both, and some that are in the middle. But I think what we are missing is kind of a really representative sample, like a good sample size and whether it's representative of different, like the multiple grades at the school. And I know we have some, but again, we have some who expressed concerns to us with their names attached to it and everything. And so if we have, I understand Cody's thinking, and I don't want the admin team to think that we don't support an idea, a new idea, something that will help us in other ways. But what about the prospect of taking a little bit more time just to make sure we can have an advisory list? And so all of the students complete a survey that has the different options with comments. So like if they said yes, but they're like, yeah, I'm saying yes, but these are my questions still, or things, you know, and same with the parents, that there's a little bit more opportunity for feedback there. And then we can troubleshoot a lot of these questions ahead of time and figure it out a little bit better. And it'll allow the teachers to perhaps next year's PD would be focused exclusively on teaching in a block schedule, so that they're not, again, even if you pay them in the summer, some of them need time to just not for a summer. That's also something too. And sometimes, you know, like I'm just throwing it out there that it's not necessarily that it would never work, but is it possible that in the grand scheme of it, that it may be more workable if we have it not next year, but the year after? Then if we were implementing it and we see the student numbers and we know it's representative and our sample size is big, like hundreds of students responding, then we can confidently vote and say, yeah, you know what, this really does represent the will of a whole bunch of the students, not of the majority that voted, but a whole bunch of the students that are there and of the parents that are there, you know, and we can flesh out some of those questions like the high school students and their electives and things like that. And the PSEO students, I'm just wondering if the strategy that will allow us to make a good change, but one that's reflective of need and also potentially reflective of results of our potential changes based on our investigation, that maybe that would be a plan that will allow us to be fine-tuning it a little bit more before implementing it.
Thank you, Michelle. I'm gonna final comments, I guess, from the administration. If we could we kind of blurred two topics, both new class schedule and project lead the way.
Yep, and I can be quick. And I wasn't really clear with Michelle's proposal. Michelle, if you were talking about both a schedule change and project lead the way, or just project lead the way? Were you talking about both?
Sorry, my mouse wasn't working. Yeah, I was kind of thinking, since they were both so closely linked, it was kind of with both, because I know in order to implement project, you know.
Sure. So first I can say that I don't think we can delay on a schedule change, because we got to start telling kids their courses and building a schedule. So we're kind of behind on that. We do have a student advisory built to share with them. We did have a couple of student groups already last week. I do want to tell you the engagement around this has been pretty amazing. We had the poll of students and families that was over just a 4-day period. It got 90 responses. That's more people than responded to a 2-week window to evaluate me. The vast majority of the responses were positive. So, you know, if we delay, I mean, we have actually been working on this since September. So if we delay, I don't know when you would actually get a change in place. And you stand the risk of continuing to lose high school students. And if we don't have a schedule change, you definitely stand the risk of not being able to move forward with any of the goals. I mean, I would definitely have to pretty much wash my hands of being able to get any of this work done. So, you know,
Celia, out of those 90, what you said a vast majority, what was the actual percentage?
80% of the responses were positive.
So to help us here, it sounds like one thing is timing. So I'm hearing that we don't have time to get all the answers, that we have a lot of questions. That's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but that's where we're at. We won't be able to answer every question tonight. So the second thing is, in my mind, I'm just trying to make sense of it, and help me out here, a group. The administration is making a decision, and I would say the board could come in and say, please, administration, either take a time out or don't do this, or we could let the administration continue to administer. Sorry if that's a loaded word, but I mean, the administration is doing right now a schedule change proposal. So I guess it's to the board if we want to step in and say, administration, we don't believe this is in the right interest for the school. We're going to take a time out, which means basically it won't happen next year. No, maybe I'm putting words in people's mouths, but no schedule change and no project lead the way if they are so inextricably linked. So we can do that as a board. It's up to us to decide. I'm not proposing it. I'm just saying it's an option, or we leave it is another option, and we let the administration do the administration thing, and then we move on to the next item. So I don't want to just kind of go down the agenda because of sake of time, but at the same time, we could probably talk for a few more hours on data points that we have or don't have. So I'm looking for proposals, other proposals.
Dan, I think we need to make a vote because of the timing of all the kids registering. So I think we need to make a vote for whichever direction the board is going to go. And it's a big enough decision.
Yeah, what I like about the vote, Sandy, and I'll just answer quick, is then we can show support for it, or we can show concern, I guess, however the vote falls out. So then it's clear. Eric, did you have another follow-up?
I was going to make the comment that the way it was couched in the agenda was discussion and decision, which infers a board approval requirement for this, which I think is a different question, because I think, Dan, to your point, which of these are board, like, is there anything specifically in bylaws anywhere that would say the board must approve a change to a schedule?
Yeah, so I probably was at error of that one, Eric, because item 4 is that discussion, because if you read the policies, then it goes through and shows what the administration's supposed to do. And there is a question because there's 2 different policies that maybe have a different interpretation. So I probably should have put that first because it might have given us a little bit more clarity on this discussion. Because right now you can tell by my words, I'm leaning one way, but not everyone is leaning the same way, right? So that leads to some ambiguity.
Unfortunately, it's more of a philosophical question then of, are we in a RASCI, we're responsible, are we approvers, are we supporting, are we consulted, or are we informed? That's a really common methodology. So if we're consulted, we still aren't the final decision maker. What is the role of the board in these decisions? Are we being informed of this, or are we being consulted, or are we actually are we responsible? That, I think, that will change everything depending upon how this board feels about that.
And I think that's where we're struggling, because I think if you asked all of us, we'd have a different answer, because we're not clear on where we sit on that chart. Everyone has a different opinion. Yeah. So any other proposals? Because otherwise we could just take it one by one. We could make a motion for each of these.
Make a motion to do what? I'm sorry.
I think we should vote on it. I think we should make a motion.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to postpone consideration of the block schedule until a new permanent executive director is hired and they can present a complete plan to all stakeholders in a timely manner if they choose to.
Any second?
Cody will second.
Can you repeat that again? Would you mind repeating it slower?
Sure. I would like to make a motion to postpone consideration of the block schedule until a new permanent executive director is hired and they can present a complete plan to all stakeholders in a timely manner if they choose to.
Cody seconded. Any further discussion?
I
just have one.
Cecilia has her hand up. Cecilia's had her hand up for a bit.
Oh, good.
Oh, and it's not about Sandy's motion. I just was going to say that if you wanted to look at, to Eric's question, if you wanted to look at policy 603 curriculum development, it seems to give me the responsibility for curriculum development in 3A and B, and we were going to talk about this later, but in D, it actually is kind of confusing and some things come to the board. So even our policies don't know where the answer to your question. The other thing I just wanted to make sure you understand before you vote on this is a majority of teachers are for the block schedule and changing our schedule, and a majority of the teachers are for Project Lead the Way. So I am charged with, I don't know, what would you say to those teachers who, want this? So.
And just a reminder, I mean, so we all have different hats, but we are the board. We make comments sometimes that we're representing parents, we're representing teachers. That's not correct. We are voted onto the board. We are voted by different constituents, if you will, but we are the board. So we're supposed to represent the school, not our particular. That's quite clear in the board training, 101, 300, 200, right? So just be careful with that because it's very hard to change hats sometimes. Eric, I'm also empathetic with parents and their concerns because I'm a parent, so it's hard not to. But that's not our job, right? Our job is to vote for what's best for the school.
And can I just ask a question? This money expires when? Could you let me know again when this money expires for the ability to purchase, get training and also purchase the Project Lead the Way and all that?
So, Annie, some of the money expires, the expanded summer programming, the biggest pot of money expires in September of 2023. And then that additional $99,000 for learning recovery does go till September of 2024. I didn't answer your question earlier about where the money comes from moving forward. And that is some data I haven't had a chance to present to you tonight. I just got it last Thursday and shared it with the expansion committee. But we've mocked up how we'll be able to grow revenue even before we move to a new building in preparation for expansion. And then during expansion, there is enough money to pay for things like this and pay for teacher raises. So there is a really bright future ahead of us. We can keep our enrollment strong. So the money is there to keep paying for this in the future with expansion.
All right, carry on, Dan, unless Jeff has any other to would.
Jeff was first, then me.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Jeff.
yeah, one quick comment would be later on, we're also going to talk about, general priorities for the remaining of the year. So I don't know how that impacts this decision, but I have a feeling it kind of does. So in terms of the vote and motion, to Cecilia's point, we have a lot of stuff going on. And we need to prioritize.
Eric, go ahead. Final words.
My only comment during the discussion time is I think we just all need to be very cognizant and aware of the precedent that we're setting right now. Sandy, I appreciate your motion, but it is setting a precedent on board governance and the level of control and authority that a board has on some of these types of decisions. And Cecilia, it's unfortunate that the policy is a little bit gray. Maybe that's an opportunity for us to go back and take a look at that policy again. But I'm a little bit concerned at the level of authority we are applying to administration through this decision.
Yep, agreed. So just to be clear, a vote for is a pause, if you will, and then a vote against will be, we'll still need some more follow-up votes or motions.
Jennifer, could you read the motion one more time, just so we've got it, please?
Motion to postpone consideration of the block schedule until a new permanent executive director is hired and they can present a complete plan to all stakeholders in a timely manner if they choose to.
Michelle, you have one last comment? Unmute, please.
I just want to say that I feel in general just really uncomfortable. I don't want to not show support to our admin team and the ideas they're proposing and the work that they're putting in. But I also feel uncomfortable because we have feedback that's so diametrically opposed. And so I don't really feel, I don't know like what the right thing is. I know that there were teachers that clearly voted yes for the and families that were, wanting to have a block schedule, and then some that don't and are really concerned about a block schedule and what's happening there. And so I guess it's coming, like when we're looking at these, and 603 has at the end an element of board approval in these things. But I guess what I really want to know from our admin team is, if I know the ideal situation is to move forward, or like based on what you've been investigating, you believe that moving forward with the block schedule is the best decision for us. Does it put us fully off the rails if it's 1 year later? Like, I just want to understand the full implications. What are they if it is 1 year later?
I think the main thing is we need time with staff to work on strategic plan goals, to work on the recommendations of this big investigation that we'll get soon, to do any number of things. We don't have it in the existing schedule. So we would have to get creative about paying teachers to stay longer, come early, stay late. I don't know. It just doesn't, nothing else comes really through. And then learning how to differentiate instruction and truly provide inclusive education that narrows our achievement gap within our existing schedule is a challenge. We also cannot do a number of other things that we really need to do. So, I don't know. I understand where you're coming from. I understand your feeling of, I don't know what. I will say that this is a big thing, and in a perfect world, Kate and I would have had time to mock up beautiful documents for you and lots of data. And we have been absolutely slammed, without our full team here and dealing with COVID. And so, I would love to have been able to do this fancy information campaign and a lot more data, a lot more communication. And I can't humanly get there with the responsibilities that we have right now. And that's probably going to be. And that won't change if you don't change the schedule, for sure. That's not going to change.
Just one last comment from me, then I probably have enough. But I mean, in my opinion, we have the administration pushing for this. We have teachers asking for it. We have students asking for it, parents asking for it. Now the board is discussing whether we should undo all of that. I struggle with it too, right? I mean, what are we doing? Who are we beholden to if we are undoing all of this work? But it is our responsibility to take care of the school. If people feel strongly that the school is going in the wrong direction, that's why we're here. So we can take that discussion. So I'd like to run through this current motion. I'll go back through the roll call.
Dan, would you let Cody did raise his hand. Can we just give him 30 seconds?
This is the fourth last comment. Yes.
I just want to say, the way the motion is written, I don't feel we're completely removing this option. We are putting it on pause till we can get the proper information we need to make a good full decision. And I understand the admin is saying that they don't have the ability to get that information at this point for us to make a good decision. So I don't feel that we are taking that decision away. We are pausing it so it can be a complete and full decision.
Okay. I'm going to go to Jennifer Bartle. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Michelle Kirkowski. Sorry, I wasn't watching and I didn't hear.
I haven't said because
Okay.
This is really, really hard.
I
know there are people that support and people that don't.
You want me to come back to you? I'm okay to change the order.
Okay.
Maggie is out this week or this month. Eric?
No.
Annie?
No.
Cody?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And Michelle, do you want to go back to you on me, or do you want to go back to you? I'm going to say no. So that leaves 3 to 4 right now.
I'm so sorry. I think I have to agree with the motion to temporarily pause. I think I have to go yes.
Okay. So then it passes with 5 to 3. So, and that's on the, I mean, to be fair to the process, that's on the block change, the new class schedule. So then could we do a motion for Project Lead the Way? I'd like to, is it an option, Cecilia, I guess, if
I
our,
don't think we can do it. I don't think we can do Project Lead the Way without the block schedule.
okay, then I would say we don't need to make a motion on that one, if the board's okay. Administrative intern, I would like to, so it's I was thinking it'd be a half an hour. It was a little over an hour for that part, which was good discussion. So just a process check with everyone. We have a number of important topics, some of which technically could be pushed to next month if we had to. Policy reviews, bylaw reviews. These are things that are important but could be moved. I think grade level capacity needs to be decided. This task force one looks like it's timely. The administrative intern discussion could also be now or later. Policies, I think the policy 603 and 616 could have solved an hour's discussion tonight. If we were clear, this is admin or this is board, we would have saved an hour. So I think that's an opportunity, but maybe we could take that another night too. Right now I'm going to make a proposal that we prioritize our agenda for the rest of the night so that we don't make decisions when we're all exhausted. If you guys are okay with that. So I'm going to make a motion right now, which is not in here. I'm going to make a motion that A4 be delayed, that C be delayed, D delayed. Can I do those ones? So I guess I'm making a motion that A4, C, D, and C and D, right? Is that what I said? Be moved to next month just to save some time. Can I get a second?
What was the last one again? I'm sorry. D and
I can say them by their title. So the procedure on the changes to the practices, that's 4. C, which is the bylaw review. D is the policy 522. I don't know, that maybe saves us 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Okay, can I get a second?
I'm going to second it, and I'm assuming since Michelle hasn't made a comment that that policy does not absolutely need to be reviewed this month.
It's fine. I can team up with admin for some of the materials needed. So that's fine.
Okay, then I'm gonna do a quick roll call. Jennifer, are you okay with that change?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Maggie is absent. Eric?
Yes.
Annie?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Jeff?
yes.
Andy?
Yes.
And Dan says yes. So that's we did leave the administrative intern. So any questions or comments on that one? 13A3.
Are you asking for comments in general for discussion, or is that where we're at?
Yeah, so this one is, I think during the special session that came up again, this question of, is this a does this need to be board approved? Is it the admin is able to make these decisions? That was, I think, the general discussion. So that's how it got on the agenda here for tonight, because I think some clarity was needed. So I guess, yeah, if you have questions, anyone has questions for Cecilia.
So I guess the question is, can you just restate what the responsibilities of this person will be and for how long?
Sure, this is a position that will last for the rest of the school year and for summer school. And the position is helping us to plan summer school, to round out our positive behavior interventions and supports, which isn't fully implemented. And that will in turn also help us improve student behaviors. In addition to rounding out positive behavior interventions and supports, he's also working on some consequences. We need some consequences in place, which could be viewed as tier 3 interventions. He's also helping us fully implement our student support team process, which is really a process where teachers can bring forward problems that students are having, academic and behaviorally, and where we use a data-driven decision-making process to intervene and to track the interventions. So that's legally required to be in place. It's not in place very well at all. And these are things we just haven't been able to get to. This frees me up to do my job, and it helps us to clear the backlog that has been caused by Dr. Olson being out so much. Also, I thought of something else and now I can't think of it.
And the summer school goes to what date again? I'm sorry, I can't.
We haven't set the dates yet. We haven't set the dates yet, so we don't know.
But usually like till the end of July, early August, or not even that late?
Right now I have his contract set till July 1. We would need him to probably stay a little bit longer to finish up summer school, so a tiny bit more into July, but not far. The other thing was catching up on some of our teacher evaluations, doing observations, popping into Zoom rooms, all kinds of things like that. So
it'll take place until July 1 for now. That's the idea.
Right. Yeah.
I want to comment on this from a finance and perspective. I mentioned before that we have an audit and they really look at how we're spending money and making decisions. I know you mentioned this last month. Leaving that meeting, I did not get the sense this was an urgent thing that you were intending to hire that immediately. I was under the impression you were starting the process and would be coming with recommendations of this person's duties, not coming with a already issued contract. And this contract was issued before clearing the finance committee, and I am concerned that during the audit time, that will get us flagged for potential problems.
Cody, thanks for sharing your concerns. I wanted to tell you that I don't share the same concern. We have COVID funds. The money is there to pay for this position. At the December meeting, when I mentioned this, I have to tell you, we continue to be so exhausted, and we were so exhausted and falling further and further behind on our obligations, basic obligations, meeting the obligations to our authorizer, for example. I want to reiterate, Dr. Olson has been out for most of the year. We also have super unusual challenges this year. We only have 2 office staff that were here last year. Otherwise, it was a complete turnover. We have students and families in crisis. We have a school that is essentially at a tipping point with 30% of the staff being new, a major investigation, and just coming out of distance learning. And we need our administrative team to be able to right the ship and to tackle some day-to-day things. And we were not able to keep up with that. At the meeting in December, you asked, will the contract be available for our review? And I said yes, and it is. But I don't have anything in the notes that says there was some procedure I wasn't following. So the board, this is a real classic case of us growing from a small school to a big school, from teacher run to potentially more administratively run, because as you grow, you know, it's going to have to be that dance. And so, you know, we're at this place where it's the same thing that Dan has mentioned and Eric has mentioned, that we're not on the same page about board responsibility and administrator responsibility. And this is a case where I felt I could move forward, and I had to move forward with the candidate and get some help. I was happy to find help as quickly as we did. I didn't expect to.
Just a quick comment, and then I think I see Jeff's hand up. I mean, so I'm appreciative, actually, you know, Cecilia, of the work that you do. So I mean, if you have COVID funding spending and you came to me or to the board to say, how do I divide this up? I would say you're not doing your job. Please go back and do your job. So I'm on the exact opposite end of the spectrum, saying, please administer things and then come to us with updates. The only thing I would say, okay, I can get is it came fast, right? So I think that's where some of the concern is coming from, people saying, oh my gosh, it was an idea and then it was done. So if anything we can fault you with is being extremely efficient, right? I mean, you're getting work done efficiently, but that actually I applaud and I'm happy with. But I can understand also the concern, you know, making sure that everyone's brought along is difficult. One of our biggest complaints is communication. And I think everyone can always do better to bring people along with. I think a lot of the concerns that are raised are people not understanding how things are managed or should be managed. But that's my 2 cents. Jeff, I see your hand is up.
Oh, and just the comment to follow up from what Cody, I don't think Cody is saying that the position shouldn't, you know, that the need was not great. I think his view is, from an auditing standpoint, did we follow the process? And the process has always been the board, well, it runs through the finance committee and the board just says yay or nay. We just create another position. And we've done quite a few up till now. So I think the process is set. We can argue about that later, but we just need to be careful because auditors will look to make sure things are approved before we spend.
So do we need, I guess I'm just a question to the board, do we need to have a decision on this one, or is discussion sufficient for everyone?
I think the one caveat, one thing that I would just add is approved per policy. So it goes back to, we can, to a certain extent, write our own destiny here on what we allow and don't allow as a board required activity versus an administration required activity. Daniel, you look confused.
Just tired. Maybe also confused.
Okay. I'm mainly just talking about the ability for executive director to make a hiring choice with or without the board's involvement is really dependent upon our policies and how we want to govern it. Michelle's got her hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Michelle.
I think I agree. I think it's just like just a little bit more for us to clarify procedurally. I definitely see when Cecilia's explaining the list of things that they're working on. And again, being short-staffed by one, there's a reason there are 3 admin positions, because we have enough things for 3 full-time admin. But I think it's more just, as a board, do we look at it in the sense of, if there is an entirely new position or an entirely new contract, is that something we want to have, say, so if person X leaves, but they already are an existing position, Cecilia can hire a different person, like post it, hire it, do the whole thing. But if it's something that's a new position or something that's got a new description and an entirely new contract written, as a board, does that then say, okay, that's something that the board should have a set of eyeballs on and say yes to, because it may be something that is a multi-year contract or something that has multiple years. I mean, this one, I know this specific example is 6-month contract, but you see what I mean? Like, if I'm wondering if, as a board, when we're thinking about it, not every single hire, every single hiring under the sun, but rather if we have entirely new positions, that's something we would have perhaps a little bit more information about, or finance, and just to follow the path of it.
Oh, yep, Cecilia. See, I'm not used to looking for these yellow hands yet.
I just want to say quickly, I just realized Dr. Hinton helped me recognize that our wonderful COVID health aide, who's saving our behinds every single day, is another position I didn't come forward to the board with. It's paid for out of COVID funds. It's exactly the same as this one, only it's not an administrator. So I just wanted to raise that.
That was a position we had last year. We had a COVID coordinator last year.
Yeah, COVID coordinator, different than COVID health aide, different job description, different grant, everything.
I wonder, would it make sense, since we kind of deferred the 603, 606 discussion, would it make sense to take just a proposal to take this discussion of, board admin responsibility and policies, and could we take that one then? Does it fall under the same one, Cecilia, 603, 616? Or is there a separate policy that we have?
These are more about curricular decisions, instructional decisions, but in general, the conflicting policies and conflicting right within both policies is just a symptom of us not being on the same page, I think, about board roles and admin roles. And, it is a problem that plagues charter schools, and we probably aren't going to solve it at 9:30 when we're all tired. So they're similar.
So thank you. Other discussions, questions, concerns?
Are contracts voted on in the spring for everybody or no? I don't know. I thought that's what worked last spring.
Our contracts, what, Sandy?
I'm sorry. I thought that one of the jobs of the board was to vote on the contracts in the spring. But I wasn't on in the spring because RA came in June, so I don't know. Is that accurate?
I think traditionally what we've done is the administration comes back with a recommendation, and then we decide if that, it's not a rubber stamp, but I mean, I'm not the ones dealing with, let's say, teachers or whatever, so we're going to trust. But yes, I think that's how we do it in the past, is they come forward and say, everyone's renewed, but maybe 2 positions for whatever reason, example. Yes. And that is done in the spring. And I think historically we have gone through and done the stamp, if you will, of approval on positions. And so I think that's where there's a little bit of gray area here, because it's COVID and everything is different, and it's COVID funding, which is temporary. So maybe we need some more policy clarification here, just so that we don't have these discussions, and make it more clear. So I don't know if I would need to make a motion, we move on, but does anyone need a motion here?
I think the precedence is the administration comes to the board with recommendations for contracts. In the summer, the board does a whole group renewal vote, but we are voting on contracts. And I feel like to make this official, the board needs to vote on this contract.
I just want to make sure well, 2 things. We hire teachers, we hired administrators, you hired me before the board voted to approve the hiring. So we always do, we typically do our hiring before the vote happens, so it's almost always after the fact. So you're right, Cody, you said it's sort of like official duty. And at those times and this time, we already have a signed contract and a person working. So know that is important to know.
We can make it official. I'm happy to make a motion that we approve the administrative intern. Is that the official title? Or you said principal intern? Principal intern, Jennifer. Can I get a second?
This is Eric. I'll second.
Any further discussion? Yeah, Michelle. Mute.
Just so I fully understand, the individual that was hired knows that this is a temporary contract. I would hate to see it for them to feel terrible if they didn't realize that was the case. Like they under, you know what I mean, that it's a temporary, I don't want them to.
Yep, and as we all are at will, and you know, administrators are always temporary.
And their current contract goes through July 1st.
That's right. And then we will have to bring a recommendation forward to finish up the summer school, more than likely.
Which is what we do with all staff in the spring to renew contract.
Okay, Jennifer. Yes or no?
What's the motion to approve the principal intern? Yes.
I have Michelle.
Yes.
Aggie's not here. Eric?
Yes.
Annie?
Yes.
Cody?
No.
Jeff?
Yes.
Sandy?
No.
And Dan is yes. I believe that's 2 no's and 5 yeses. No, 6 yeses, correct? Was there 2 no's? Okay, then the motion passes. Okay, I have Lisa Anderson, because the next one, I think we agreed we push off. So then I have B, which is the motion to grant. So I'm going to admit Lisa Anderson. Give her just a second. Michelle.
Yes.
Lisa, can you turn the sound off on YouTube, please? And can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great. So we have the motion to grant the hiring task force the ability to change the timeline to a new ending date of March 31st if needed. And I guess any other comments, questions on that one?
I think I'm a little behind because I was watching on my phone. So,
Yeah.
Okay. So did you already talk about it, or do
We
I have to
did not.
say
No,
something?
I just
okay.
Yep. So you're live now. You've
Okay.
got up to real time with us.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm not sure how far YouTube is behind us, but yeah. So we have just switched to your motion on B, and I just read it out. Is that still stand? The March 31st is the date you like? One time we discussed leaving it open ended, but
yes. Yeah, so all I'm asking is right now we haven't even made a change in the timeline. I just want to have the ability to make a change in the timeline if we need to. So otherwise we have to come back and have a special meeting. So we have made no change. We have candidates, all of that. But, you know, if we have, I don't know, around or, you know, we have background checks or any of those things that go awry, I just want the hiring task force to be able to change dates if they want. And I want to commit to the board that we would be done by March 30th. So you're not giving us like 6 months, you're giving us, you know, an extra month kind of a deal, really a couple extra weeks. That's all I'm asking for.
And my only quick comment, then I'll turn it to others, is I'm okay with open-ended. We want the position filled as soon as possible, right? But I agree with you. I don't think it makes sense to come back every month or two to ask for an extension. Let's say we don't get to, people change their mind, they don't want to, whatever. So that would be my only change, is to leave it open-ended. But other comments from the rest of the
really quickly, Dan, just for clarity here, the motion, is it in the agenda as a motion? Like, is that you that submitted a motion?
I don't recall writing that, and if I missed it, then I apologize. I was actually surprised when I saw it, so I'm not sure.
I wrote it and I sent it to you, but it didn't get put in. So then I talked to Cecilia, and she looked at she had a copy of the email, so then she put it in there for me.
Okay.
So because it wasn't in there originally.
Then I missed it, and I apologize. But I'm like, it didn't look like my writing, so I agree. But, yeah.
Okay, so who's actually making the motion? That's my question. I don't think there's been a motion yet.
So, and I apologize, Dan, for not giving you a heads up. I popped that in and it was Lisa's suggested language. If anyone wanted to make the motion, they could sure change it, obviously.
Then I'll just change it slightly and see if I can get a second. So a motion to grant the hiring task force the ability to change the timeline with, how did I phrase it before? Until filled? To change the time.
I think I just said with the ending date of March 31st. So at least we're reporting back to the board. There's some, board oversight then.
I'll second that.
I'm also fine.
Well, I can't make the motion.
I'm okay with that motion. Sandy seconds it. So any further discussion?
Wait, can we make sure, Jennifer, do you have the motion right?
It's in the agenda. I didn't change it.
Okay.
Can you tell I'm
back
having
in the
problems?
agenda.
Okay, motion to grant the hiring task force the ability to change the timeline to March 31st.
With a possible ending date of March 31st.
I think we can't put the word possible, so it's with an ending
Okay.
day of March 31st.
Okay.
With an ending date?
Yeah. And it says if needed.
Needed. So it can go up to, but not after March 31st, basically.
Okay. Sandy seconded it. Any further discussion? Okay, let's do a roll call. Jennifer, you okay with that motion?
Yes.
Okay. Michelle?
Yes.
Maggie is absent. Eric?
Yes.
Annie?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And this is Dan. I'm saying yes. So the motion passes. So thank you, Lisa. So looking forward to the future months. Yeah. Getting this started. So yeah. Okay. So we are at second hiring task force. We said we would skip C and D for now. So can we do grade level approvals? That one does need to be done. So Cecilia, you had a proposed one. I think I can bring it up on my screen.
Yes, do you mind sharing your screen, Dan? Thank
Happy
you.
to. Let me do that. Are you able to see the?
So actually, one thing I need to do is ask Dr. Hinton a question while she's still here. Because I'm not sure if we would move forward with this or not. I guess we would still try to move forward. So this is this top table is our current enrollment by grade, and then ninth grade, this is the approved capacities, and then the current enrollment. Then if you scroll down, our proposed capacities, everything stays the same, except for, you'll see ninth grade has 112. So what we were planning to do there is take in another cohort of students. That's 22 students that essentially pays for 2 teachers. Where would we put them, you ask? We would temporarily split a couple of our largest classrooms that are quite large. And this is to add revenue to pay for things that we really need. And this is a way to get us over the hump until we get into a new building. So we would take kids from the waiting list, which is 56 kids, and potentially accept them all, knowing that a certain percentage do drop away. So that's the proposal. Everything else stays pretty much the same if you compare this current year to the future year.
And are we still able to do this given that we're not doing the block schedule?
I think
We
but
think so.
I haven't run the numbers on
We'd
that.
have to run the numbers again because this was all with the block schedule in mind, but yes, pretty sure. And we need to know this.
How about this then, if we approve this as the max, and then you guys go back and double check the numbers given the changes for tonight, because we can always lower the number, I think, but you know what I mean? I'm just saying maybe raising it might make sense to come back to the board again.
Right, right. And we would do this in ninth grade as opposed to middle school because there's no room in middle school. But if we fill up ninth grade, those kids can continue to stay and fill up those 10th, 11th, and 12th grade as coming as ninth graders, um, because we're not very full in high school, and it's not cost effective to run high school the way it's currently being run. Here's Dr. Hinton.
I'm sorry. So part of the reason why we'll have to run the numbers is if we're not going to give teachers prep every day, we may not even need as many staff to make that work, because now, I mean, we have to rework how we do it. I think we can still fit those students in, especially with a little bit more efficient scheduling. I don't think there'll be a problem with that. I don't know how many rooms we would have to divide though, because we are still going to be having teachers teach some days with no prep. So we don't need as many staff to do that.
I'd like to make the motion that we approve this as the max, but maybe just a little follow-up that you would double check the numbers given the change. I don't know how you want to write that motion, but
I think I can one real quick, if I may. I motion to approve maximum capacities as stated in the yellow grid, with final decision on draw numbers to be made by the admin team before the lottery on February. When's the lottery?
February 7th, maybe?
Well, I know we have a lot of extra meetings this month, next month, and I'm not. Yeah, it's the 7th. Do you want me to restart that for Jennifer?
This is what I have. Motion to approve maximum capacities as stated in the yellow grid with final decisions on the grid numbers after the lottery on February 7th.
I believe I used the term final decision on poll numbers. Poll P-U-L-L.
On the poll numbers.
Poll numbers.
Okay.
Like how many students we actually pull out for the lottery.
Oh, poll.
And you said that.
U-L-L.
Yeah, and you said that final decision, the poll numbers by the admin team.
Yes.
Okay.
I actually was wondering what the definition of that was, because I saw that the 85 plus 5 additional polls in the 21-22 board approved capacities. What does that mean, polls?
Pulling
It's
a name from a
lottery.
hat. Pulling a name from a hat, basically, Eric.
Oh, so there's 85 from 8th grade coming into 9th, and then there's 5 that get pulled from the lottery or into from the lottery.
That's what the board approved last year for lottery. We would propose to pull more of those so we fill up those ninth grade slots. We lose some drop off even if they say they're coming.
And second question, just from a risk perspective or where you might see, which nobody really knows, but 8 months from now, if we're packing more kids into school and we already have issues with social distancing due to COVID, is there increased risk of having to go distance because of the number of students we have by making our classes bigger?
I mean, potentially what we're talking about is splitting two really large classrooms. I can't tell you the square footage of them offhand, but some of our classrooms in A are smaller than 400 square feet. So they're really small. This would not create two 400 square foot classrooms. But then again, we may not need to do this, but we want to have the room to come back to you. I would like to have the room to approve this. But these are rooms in B that are already, bigger, higher ceilings, better ventilated. But you're right, we'd be adding total kids to the total population, so that is a point.
Can we get a second for the motion, for Cody's motion, please?
I think someone seconded it already.
I started one and then you started a separate one, Cody. So I think we need somebody to second yours. I didn't hear anyways.
I'll second it.
Okay, Jennifer seconds. Any further discussion on enrollment? Okay, then we'll start with Jennifer.
Actually, sorry, Dan.
Yeah, go
Just one quick comment, and it's not because I'm not for it. So two concerns obviously are space, and we're working through that. The bigger concern is whether we can actually get those ninth graders. I mean, I know we're going to be advertising and that's all great, but apparently last year it took about 60 people on the waiting list. We had about 50 to 60 to pull out like 12 students. And right now, apparently we have approximately 15 eighth graders who will not return. So 15 plus 22, we're really looking to fill 37 from a waiting list. Given our past conversions, we're gonna have to really push to get, anywhere from 50 to 100 people on our waiting list to meet those numbers. So I guess my only comment is we need to figure out kind of that drop dead date, because obviously we're gonna have to hire teachers, but we're gonna have to monitor this pretty closely because we can't meet anything near the 40 that we're predicting. We might have to find a contingency plan. So
can I speak? Am I allowed to speak now?
yeah, go ahead. Please tell me we have please tell me we have a hidden waiting list of like 100 students.
Go ahead.
Because we're not doing the block schedule, we can add 20 kids without really adding very much staff. I mean, one staff is probably all we really need. We may add more because we'll have money if we have money, but we don't, because now our teachers are going to be teaching so much more. That was where we needed the additional staff, because we're going to be giving them prep time all the, daily. Now that we don't have to worry about that, we won't need so much staff, because teachers will still be teaching the same amount that they're teaching now.
There's obviously budgeting implications if we can't hit that goal. So I just want to make sure that we monitor that closely, because, it's tough times and I'm hoping for the best. So
yeah, and we're meeting about strategies for getting and keeping those ninth graders. I mean, we just voted down 2 of them, but I think there are others.
Well, and I hope I'm not putting you on the spot, Dr. Hinton, but Dr. Hinton's been also working on some pretty cool marketing materials, making them look all cool and everything as well.
Good. All right. So roll call vote, Jennifer.
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Maggie's not here. Eric?
Yes.
Annie?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Jeff?
yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Dan is yes. Okay, so the motion passes. So do what you can, administration team, to help us get the numbers. That'll be my first pull. I'm looking forward to sitting in on that session. So
I'll be there as well. Is it me and Dan for the 2 board members?
I think it might be Cody. I haven't been to one before, but I'm going to try to make this one.
It is. I did it last year and I was very emotional because I realized that same process changed my life. So it's really cool process to observe. I wish we all could be there, but then it would be an actual board meeting and then all these other rules change. So we can't do that. But
okay. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Next up is item F, discussion on investigative process. So if you guys can hang in there, we have two more and then the closed session. I know we're not excited about it, but if you guys are, if you're able to, we'll try to knock these off, and maybe we can take a break before the closed session if that's needed. Okay. So investigative process. The question came up, where we are in the investigative process and how are we doing the investigation? And just a quick comment I wanted to make, because we do have a few, or at least a couple new board members. The investigation, which was asked, the public information for the investigation was put out in about April of last year. And then we had our authorizer, the Student Achievement Minnesota SAM company, sent us a letter on how to do the investigation. So we have some kind of, if you will, marching orders so that we make sure we do the investigation properly. I just wanted to make a couple of mentions of that so that everyone's clear and starting from the same page, and then we can have a discussion on that process. But there's 10 different points. I'm happy to share this document with whoever wants it if you haven't seen it. But item 5, MSA staff, MSA school board members will not take any action which undermines the neutrality, impartiality, or comprehensiveness of the investigation. Item 6, MSA will ensure that the investigation is conducted. Investigation results are issued free from influence of MSA staff, MSA board members. And that's the main reason why we decided that I, as a parent member, would take the lead as the representative to the investigator. So we got the investigator approved by SAM, which was some of the other requirements. The investigator recommended that they carry through this process, which I think we can all agree is taking longer than we'd like, but this is where we're at right now. So we're going through the investigative process on the allegations that were made against the school. And I had an update here this last week. You know, we can't put a timeline on the investigation. That's another one of the rules that we have. We're all anxious to see what we can't do to make our school better as soon as possible. And I think the investigator is trying to do the same thing, and they're just trying to do a thorough job. So I say that just to put a preface out. Normally, I don't like to preface first, but I want to make sure we all started from the same kind of ground understanding of where the investigation process is, why it is the way it is right now. And then I want to open it up for discussion for the board. Did people have questions, concerns with the process and how we're doing it? Any suggestions of a way to do it better?
Yeah, I asked for this agenda item only for one reason, is I thought it would be nice to help someone or have someone help you, Dan, share the load and give also another perspective from the board on handling it when we receive the draft. And we don't even know what it's going to look like, right? But some sort of, draft initial report. So I just wanted to suggest that, kind of multiple eyes on that from the board would be helpful. I don't know if it necessarily requires a vote or anything, but that's where we're at. And part of it is, I have had experience, professionally handling, federal and state complaints and investigations, and I want to put some of that to use. So if it's possible, I would volunteer to help out.
Thanks, Jeff. I did ask for some clarification because I brought the information back to the board last month saying, here's where we're at. It sounds like we're going to get a draft report. In my discussion with the investigator last week, she asked to kind of clarify that, and she shouldn't have used the word draft, is what she told me. She said, we're going to get a report. And the reason she used the word draft was because if there's any clarifying questions or whatever, we could go back to her with that, but it wasn't going to change it. So draft almost sounds like we can kind of mold it or what have you. And she wanted to be clear with me, that's not the case. The report is going to be the report. The only thing may be if we had some clarification or what have you, we could do that, but it's not going to change the report. So I think that was kind of news to me, if you will. It makes sense because that's what she's been tasked to do, is to give an impartial, unbiased, what do they call it? No influence, free from influence from us. So that's what she's been tasked to do. So she tried to not backstep, but bring that back a little bit.
Well, then I would expect that probably recommendations might not necessarily change, but we also do need to make sure that she in fact gets all the facts right. Because, she comes in cold, talks to a lot of people, and there will be things that are probably not going to be perfectly accurate. And we do have to review it pretty carefully to make sure that, and it has nothing to do with the investigator. It's just a lot of information. And we have to be diligent about also reviewing that report for accuracy.
Yep, agreed. Are there questions, comments? Go ahead.
Is there a timeline when we're going to get this?
No, Jennifer, I wish.
I'm starting to get really frustrated because it's hanging over our head and there's no end date. And what can we do to get this over with? I hate to just leave it open-ended. I mean, by the time we get the report, we might not even be on the board anymore. I mean, the years are ticking by.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's why, I mean, when I looked at the dates, I went back and looked through the notes. It started in April thereabouts, right? So
Yeah,
we're
it's like
not
almost
going
a
in
year.
Yep.
So did she say on the phone when we're
So-
getting a draft?
So I push every month, and I'm not saying good cop, bad cop, but I push every time I have a discussion. We are all anxious to get this. Now, I will say we're anxious to get to the bottom of it, right? We don't want just a quick report that could be done, right? But it's not truthful. So I think, yes, extremely thorough. I think we're going to get a report that's extremely thorough, and I'm optimistic if they have found something that we need to improve, we're going to get that. So that's the good thing. Sad thing is I'm asking for patience every month, right? And I get it. And I get it from the community too, right? I mean, questions, because things are overhanging. We all want to know, we want a conclusion. We will get it. So trust me, we will get it. It's a very expensive, I won't say numbers, but it's a very expensive process. So I hope that we will get the value. I feel like we will, because I think they're doing a very professional job. I can say that much. And nothing has been shared with me, not names, not conclusions, not like this. It's more of like, here's where I'm at. You know, I'm discussing these things, I'm reviewing these things, and then typically I just get a bill, right? An itemized bill. Here's how many hours, right, I spent doing these things. So that's my discussion right now. And I can't really go into details on any of that anymore, but I share your, I guess I would say, frustration. And I also share the frustration and how long it's taking. But at the same time, we agreed and we've been asked to do a thorough investigation. So this is where we're at. I feel like we're getting close. I will say that. I feel like the steps that are outstanding that I've heard in my mind should be done relatively soon. And relatively is relative, but sooner than it was. So Cody, you had your hand up.
Yes, well, I just wanted to comment that I understand the time limit, or not the not imposing a time limit was a way to ensure we didn't pressure a quick investigation. My concern is we're already in January. When we get this investigation, I don't think we'll be able to get the investigation results in time to make any changes this year. And so it'll have to, we'll have to take that information and start using it to plan for changes to implement next year, I'm afraid. And I just want to put that on record. So, for our authorizer that's wanting this investigation, that that might be an eventuality that we won't have time to act on it because of how long it's taking, or not act on it immediately.
Yeah. No, you're right. And I think the nice thing with the way we've set up the board is we only have, a little bit of attrition over years, right? So hopefully it takes, like, not that it takes years for us to get it sorted out, but I mean, we'll have some continuity in the board members. Some things I expect will be very quick fixes. Other things will probably take some time to resolve, depending on the outcome from this investigation. Other comments, concerns, questions? Yes, Andy?
It does seem like it's taking quite a bit of time. My thing is, since I don't have a lot of knowledge about it, but it seemed like there was something about the previous board members were accused of or were under investigation. So I kind of would second that it would be good if everybody is not seeing it, if there are some fresh eyes, and I know Jeff is fresh on it and has some experience, and Eric is new also on the board that wasn't in the previous concern, I guess. And then my other thing is sometimes when the investigation is discussed, it's discussed with a tone that there's information that some people know and it's ominous. So I would say until we know what's actually on there, it might be good to not speak of it in kind of an ominous tone, but leave it in that, we're going to make adjustments based on what discoveries are found out.
Yeah, I think good points. It does, Sandy. Thanks for the clarification. Yeah, and I hopefully I'm not sharing any tone. I'm trying to keep it pretty neutral. And to be honest, I know very little more than you guys do. I have monthly updates, let's say, and it's more on status of where we're tracking things down. It's not any more than you guys have. And Jeff, you're concerned about workload. It's not that much workload for me right now. It's I'm not doing the work really. But I am just kind of approving the bills as they come in and saying that looks about like what you discussed. So that's pretty much what I've been doing so far. Other questions or concerns or comments? Cody, is your hand still up or is it a new one? Okay. Good. Can we move to strategic plan? I have that down for 10 minutes. Cecilia, is that fair amount of time? Because I'm just trying.
Actually, let's just take even 3. This is one where I think the link is wrong. I apologize. I don't know if that link is going to work for you or not. Nope, it's
No
the
problem.
wrong attachment. So I apologize. Joelle did a great
Is it
job
in
on
this
it.
folder?
Yep, it's in the folder, and it's a PDF called MSA Strategic Priority Smart Goals.
Help me. Okay, I got it.
And there's a Word document of it too. And simply, I just wanted you to see that we had one round of seeking input from teachers. And so I just wanted you to see how this is beginning to shape up. I'd like to bring you back a complete strategic plan to vote on next month. This on the top is your vision and mission, and then the 3 strategic priorities. And then I gave staff instructions on how to start working on some SMART goals. And so if you scroll down to success for all students, that's the first strategic priority. We've got column headings here that are kind of the general areas. And this is incomplete, but I wanted you to see kind of the placeholders. Some things have fleshed out SMART goals. It's all drafty. Some just have placeholders, like look under the second column, inclusive curricula and instruction, culturally responsive instruction. That's not a SMART goal, but it means we need a SMART goal here. And then under it, it says PD. We need a goal for professional development for this. So you could keep scrolling down and see the next strategic priority is down below, facilities and infrastructure to support MSA mission and vision. So again, you'll see we've got chunks of content areas here: student retention, schedule, academic, social, emotional behavior, evaluate performance and progress, expansion. So under these, we'll have SMART goals. The staff and the administration will work on them together. Have to do it mostly over email because we don't have any time to meet. Then scroll down to the bottom and you'll see that the third one is organizational support of MSA mission and vision. Same thing. We've begun to start fleshing out some SMART goals and some ideas. It's incomplete, but I wanted you to see we are moving forward and it's a back and forth with staff. So each of the department meetings actually commented and left comments. They also raised questions and concerns. So we'll address those as we work with staff. And hopefully by the February meeting, we'll have something for you. This also will shift out for the 3 years. So right now everything's all clumped together, but we can't do it all at once. So we'll shift it out for 3 years, and we'll want to take some time with this on our next month's agenda to unpack it. Sound good?
Good. So just so I'm clear. So yeah, thanks for the status update, if you will, on this one. So maybe in February, we think we'll have it a little more fleshed out where we can kind of go through it. Okay.
Yep.
Sounds great. Questions for Cecilia? All right. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I look forward to reading this in a little more detail. Okay. Then read in the room. If you guys are all right, we'll do 5-10 minute break, and then we'll close the session, finish the closed session. Does that work for everyone?
Come back at 10:15.
Yep, 10:15. All right.
Okay, we'll come back in 10:15 and then I'll officially close the meeting, or we can,
So I'll
Actually-
leave now. Yep, I'll leave now, right? And then Dan, you text me when you want me to come back?
why don't I just close it now so that when we come back, it's closed? Is that all right with everyone? So then
Yep.
you can go, Cecilia.
And then when I come back, I use the same Zoom link though, right?
That's right, and I'll message you when we finish. So, okay, so I'm just going to read this out so it's on record. So, a portion of the meeting will be closed pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13D.05 sub. I don't know what sub D is. 3A. For a purpose of conducting a performance evaluation of an individual subject to the board's authority at the meeting. So I will make a motion to close the meeting, that the meeting be closed pursuant to the statute 13D.05 sub 3A for the purpose of conducting a performance evaluation, individual subject to the authority. So can I get a second of that long one?
I'll second. This is Cody.
Okay, Cody seconded. We will do a roll call vote. So Jennifer. Oh, we lost Jennifer. She probably heard the break, but I think we can carry on with Michelle.
Yes, and then I think when we officially close it, we also have to say out loud the exact time that you're clicking close.
Okay, so, okay.
Can we do a roll call vote if Jennifer is not here to record the results?
We still have 7, right?
It's not a quorum question. It's about recording the results.
Hmm.
Yeah, we can just tell her.
I mean, it is recorded, so we can go back and record it. So do we feel the recording is enough there to cover the requirements of record retention?
I think so.
I think we're good.
Okay.
So, Michelle? I got a nod. Yes. Maggie is absent. Eric?
Yes.
Annie?
Yes.
Odie?
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay. The motion is at the very end of the agenda.
Okay,
We're
I'll
just
get
doing
it.
So, so can you say yes to going to a closed session?
Yes.
Okay. Jeff?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And Dan, yes. So is 10:15 still okay? Or do you need a few more minutes? 10:15-ish. And then I'm going to shut down the live streaming now at 10:10.
Just make sure you note in the minutes that 10:10 is when we close the meeting, I think, per Michelle's note. So just make sure that's in the recording.
All right. So for those of you who are watching publicly, we'll come back in when the closed meeting is finished with the summary of our outcome. So thank you, everyone. Where'd that statement go? Here it is. Okay. Are you guys seeing anything on YouTube?
Here, this is.
I closed it down, but I'll see if I can open back up here.
I think we're back live again because I see a puzzled look on my face. Oh, and Cecilia is asking to be admitted. So.
We're live.
All right. So great. So welcome back, Cecilia. And Jennifer, just make note of the time. So we basically 11 o'clock, we came back into open session. So yeah, we had closed the meeting pursuant to Minnesota statute 13D.05 sub 3A for the purpose of conducting a performance evaluation, individual subject to the board's authority. And Cecilia, I have here, I'm just going to read off the public conclusion. So basically, we reviewed the individual under the authority of the board, concluded some strengths and areas for growth. And the board chair, so myself, we will review these findings in more detail with the interim executive director, with you. So if it's okay with you, this is not the finding, but we'll take the document that we've kind of compiled and anytime this week, I'd be happy to take you through the findings there. So, okay. Any questions, comments?
No, so nothing tonight. You'll just go through that with me another day.
I'm happy to if you're not going to sleep tonight. Otherwise, I'm happy to
Sorry.
do it tomorrow too. So,
Whatever works best.
okay. Yeah, I'm happy to do it. If you want to, I can email you the file tonight, and then
Okay.
we can discuss it tomorrow.
That sounds great.
Okay.
Yep, or whatever. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there in a marathon session. Appreciate it, and have a good night.
Do we need a motion to close?
Oh,
We have some motion.
Thanks, Eric.
Well, we have a couple items left that we have the future BOD items we need to talk about real quick.
Oh, I just skipped that. Yep.
Meeting plus or minuses. It was a long meeting. I'd like to end it now, and then we can adjourn.
Yeah, so thank you. I forgot 15. So staff contracts coming up. Expansion decision, Jeff, I think let's take that one next month. I think we had a meeting on Thursday. We missed the meeting notes. So for this session, so we'll catch it February. Strategic plan, we discussed that one. So yeah, plus or minus, entirely too long. Anything else? Yeah, we're all too tired. Okay, we'll take it next time. So
We have to motion to adjourn.
yeah, I think I heard a motion from Eric to adjourn, second from
That was
Cody.
Cody that made the motion, I think.
Okay,
Cody will motion to adjourn. Someone will second it.
I'll second.
Eric
Okay.
seconds. Close the meeting at 11:01. Jennifer, so I'm just going to do Eric. I'll go out of order.
Yes.
Annie,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
and Sandy.
Yes.
All right. Good night, everyone. Thanks for